Good day and good evening, and welcome back to Walk and Talk with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, we walk to a place that I've already predetermined, and then we'll look at some clips as usual. With that said, hey Talma, hey Zaf, hey Lana, hey Kay, hey Tinali, hey Seras, hey Zaf, again, whoops. Hey Naomi, hey Jin Monica, hey Falca, hey Mijunashi, hey Zip Zap, and hey Tappy. Hope you're all doing very well. I just realized that I forgot my tea in the kitchen. Fast mana tea restored. Alright, I'm back. Hey Perseus and Ilya, hope you're doing well. So, just a quick heads up, I guess, question mark. Funny how it's almost always when we're on this specific bench that this happens. Had some trouble with PC again. I'm not sure if it's just Final Fantasy XIV acting up, or if it's the whole PC that is acting up again. It shouldn't be the PC this time. Like, it really shouldn't. And so far it's mainly, almost exclusively Final Fantasy that is having trouble, which means it could be Final Fantasy XIV that just, I don't know, needs a reinstall or something. But, long story short, Tuesday, like, I don't know, an hour or so, something like that. No, actually, like, an hour and a half at least, if not 2 hours and a half, before the stream there started, the game just closed. Just immediately, with nothing. Which of course put me into like full alarm mode. And like a few hours after the stream ended, the game closed with a crash, like crash report. So like, Tuesday, I didn't manage to close the game normally, basically. Because it crashed. Yesterday, while I was doing some normal raids with some of all of you guys, just off stream, the game crashed during a daily, and then 10 minutes after, again, while we were just standing there talking about it. And I managed to get it to stop crashing, I thought, by fixing my frame rate to 60 instead of 120, which is what this PC should be capable of. And that worked for the rest of the evening. So I thought, okay, maybe we finally found the culprit, because some PCs genuinely will crash frequently if the frame rate is not 60. And a big emphasis on some PCs. So I tried that, and I thought, okay, finally, now it works. Because it didn't crash again, and like, it's pretty telling, it feels like, when it crashes and then crashes again, and then it stops crashing after a change, right? But that didn't work. Because this morning, like, again, like 2 or 3 hours ago, it crashed while I was just in Summerford Farms. Like, I was just flying above Summerford Farms on 60 FPS. With a crash report granted. Big mistake is that I keep forgetting to actually screenshot them, although I believe most of the time the crash reports are, like, it doesn't really matter what they say, because the answer to them are pretty much always the same. In fact, when I started looking for answers to the game closes on its own, the same solutions appear as if it had a crash report, so doesn't change anything. So sure, if you have ideas what you think really would work, that is of course happily accepted. But the reason why it's so baffling to me, and maybe that'll help Mizunashi here to understand why I'm like, it could be a hardware issue, is that this PC got a CPU change, and then I got it back like start April. Final Fantasy XIV basically ran no issues. Then on the 4th of May, the game crashed. Once. Then, Tuesday, which is like over a week later, the game crashed twice. And then yesterday it crashed twice. And today it has crashed once so far, knock on wood, right? So basically it went from 0 for over a month to 1, and then within a week it has gone up to 5 so far. And I didn't change anything. That's the spooky part, is I didn't touch anything. I'm pretty sure there wasn't even like any major changes to the game from like Monday to Tuesday. So that's the weird part. That's the reason why it's difficult for me, because it's like, I didn't change anything. So is it the PC? But I could try updating GPU drive. I haven't done that because there's some concerns that the newer drivers for NVIDIA are very poorly optimized for something that isn't a 50-something. Exactly, Zaf. Exactly. Because of this of my history with those CPUs, it would make very good sense that it could be it again. Anyway, also hey, Copper Sulfate, and Sally, and Cole, and Crystal, and Gazel, and Aradel, and Campfire King. Hope you're all doing very well. Well, I'm glad to hear it's not only me, but it's still very, very frustrating. Especially because sometimes it works, like just fine. Other times, it's totally debilitating. And because of the amount of problems I've had with these CPUs, my reaction to a crash of a game is equivalent to a horror game jump scare. And it ruins my whole day. So my day is ruined, by the way. Hopefully we can fix it. Well, fantastic, Falca. So basically, it's all bad. Anyway, should we start the walk? But yeah, that also of course means that if you feel like the actual footage of the stream is a little more choppy than usual, quote-unquote, that would be because the game itself is running at 60 frames per second. So if I have a frame drop, and I sometimes have, that actually started a bit more recently, like I can't remember if it's a week ago or it was like Monday, come to think of it. Not 100% sure, but somewhat recently I started experiencing random frame drops, mainly when I turned the camera. And that stayed when I reduced the actual frame rate limit. So if it feels like it's a little more choppy than usual, that would be why. Because I'm still giving it a chance with 60 FPS. Hey Chris, hope you're doing well. Yeah, that's also fair, Perseus. The reason why I do the, like, I get so like focused on the game is crashing is because I'm not joking. Basically every time Final Fantasy XIV has started crashing frequently, I've been able to return it to manufacturer, and they've been able to say, oh, the CPU's broken. And then they've changed it. Other issues usually cropped up before I managed to send it. But the whistleblower, quote unquote, you could say, for the, oh, it's dying, has almost always been Final Fantasy XIV is dying. Which is why, like, because of the history with this PC, it makes it really, really difficult to determine whether it's a me issue, a PC issue, or a game issue. Because it could easily be hardware again. Hey, Randoming Nope. Hope you're doing well. I know that I believe there's 2 clips from you. And I'm pointing that out because I do remember you were thinking about that. Alright, cool. Enjoy your plane ride. Cat says, what do you mean you issue? Are you crashing Final Fantasy 14? Also, I hope you're doing well, Cat. No, I mean it as in... because so basically the first time I ran into all these PC issues where it turned out it was the CPU, the amount of things that broke because I tried to fix it in software, like updating drivers, reinstalling drivers, reinstalling games, updating Windows, because all these things were done with a faulty CPU, a lot of the things sort of stayed in some odd way when the CPU was changed. And then when it broke again, it of course broke even harder almost. Because it was like on a broken Windows in a way. And eventually, like when it was returned again, I basically told them, like, do whatever you need to. If you think it makes sense to reinstall the whole PC, given the history it has, maybe do that. And they said, you got it, we'll do that. So, like, because of these problems, I've, like, not only do I fear like program crashes, like jump scares, but I have an allergy for updating anything when things are working. And in fairness, in my defense to that, is when something starts breaking on your PC, one of the first things I'm almost always asked is, did you update something recently? I.e., did you update, like, was there a Windows update recently that maybe broke it? Did you update your GPU driver and that maybe broke it? Did you update something else and it maybe broke it? Like, did you update something and it broke it? And when I say no, what's the follow-up question or suggestion? Maybe you need to update your GPU driver or your Windows or your whatever. Like, I'm just saying... The common solution to problems on the PC is, did you change something? No. Maybe you should change something then. And if it's, did you change something? Yes. Maybe you should change it back. So that means, in a way, there is no correct answer. I know, Randoming Nope, I know, but they might actually have said, nah, that doesn't need to, like, you don't need that, if it wasn't for the fact that I actually said, Persis, you may have been quoting me on that, because I actually said to them, the PC might be haunted. Do whatever you need to. Just fix it. Whatever it takes. And it did fix it, but then the next CPU broke. Like, I'm just saying, we're reaching a number of CPU changes where I'm not even sure. I'm pretty sure that this is the 5th CPU that this PC has. And normally CPUs, as far as I know, are just things that don't break. Like, assuming you treat them fine, CPUs don't break. They might slow down a tad, but they don't just die. Yeah, that's the thing, Kay, is if it is actually a hardware issue again, then I would probably ask the manufacturer, okay, we've tried to fix it like 5 times now. Do you maybe have a different idea? Could we do something else? I'm willing to take a different PC. That's the point I'm at. Yeah, we're talking about the cursed CPU, Nox, because the PC is starting to get weird again. Alright, Dooming. I can't remember if you've said that before. But if you have, sorry. Also, hey Nox, and Xehanauto, and Zario, hope you're doing well. Oh, yeah, exactly, Nox. But see, the reason why it's slightly different this time is because last time it broke apart like this, the day after it started breaking, other things started breaking. And the day after that, simpler things started breaking. Like, we're talking programs that normally just run in the background perfectly safely with no issues started just closing. Cat, that is an amazing point. Let me write that down. Thank you very much. Hey, thank you so much for the super chat, Campfire King. Says your CPU is actually a single target Dotson enjoys and is trying to silence you. Yeah, that sounds about right. that was a I mean, that had been hanging there for a while now. But that was a good catch, Cat. That was actually funny story. When the first CPU died or was dying, the first thing that broke was the chat overlay. That was the first thing that started dying. Izanashi says, without buying entirely new hardware, change to a 12th gen Intel CPU may fix a lot, as they are known to not be faulty and are compatible with motherboards. That is a good point. Whatever the case, I would probably have to talk with the manufacturer and ask what they think. Because I just want to be clear. I also said this Tuesday, I think. Every time they replace the CPU at no cost to me, aside from the time, of course. So, if they go, nah, we're confident that this time it should work again, then I'll be like, are you serious? But if they refuse to do something else, then I guess I'll just like grind through CPUs. I believe their guarantee is they'll replace anything that's wrong with the PC for 2 years, and they'll assume fault if they can't find like fault on my end. Like if they can't go, well, you smashed it with a mallet, then they'll take it. And each time they replace something, I don't know if that guarantee is extended for that specific item or if it's for the entire PC, but that still means that each time the CPU fails, the clock resets. Either on the whole thing or on the CPU. Either way, it's just annoying for me. Correct, Naomi. The reason why it's called the monster is because it starts to mutate in displeasing ways all the time. Aviac, hope you're doing well. Now, on a more YouTube channel, well, I guess given how this has basically been an ongoing story of the channel for a year and a half now, I guess it is part of the channel in a way. Caetsu Chaiji, the guy that makes the Mythbusters thing, and also there's something wrong with his CPU all the time. Actually, I know I'm not the only one that has had trouble with this. That has been like, that is a content creator. But still. Anyway, something that is more relevant to the channel is, given that I'm kind of like back in the swing of making the Mythbusters videos, if you have ideas for myths, like something that you ran into. Actually, Mizunashi, Ardell already plugged the Discord like less than 10 messages ago. But if you have ideas for myths or claims or misunderstandings that you see frequently, you know, mention it. Because sometimes it's difficult for me to find them or come up with something that is worth investigating. Like, the hardest part of those videos is actually finding something. Winning in PvP is a myth. Is it? Sometimes it is. Yesterday, when I did Frontline, we did really well. And then... well, we did decently well, and then for some reason, our team decided... like, we were north in Seal Rock, and we were red team. And for some reason, late, like in the middle of the match, we gradually fought our way down to the beach where blue was. And instead of going, alright, we have captured the nodes that are in this direction, for some reason, most of our alliance just decided to, like, hunker down and camp there and just, like, try to farm them in their base. Which is, that is usually an extreme, like, that can be very effective to, like, grind some points or some battle high or whatever. But if you do this, you should expect that that team is now willing to throw your team under the bus for any reason given. They would rather see the other team win. For anything. And we lost at the very end of the match. We had an A node, and yellow team had an A node, and whoever got to keep theirs were basically going to win. Blue team simply had to choose who they were going to backstab. And obviously they chose our team. So... and on the one hand, they might have chosen us because we were slightly ahead of yellow. On the other hand, I am almost confident that given the choice, they would rather pick us because we were jerks to them specifically earlier in the match. Also, thank you for the super chat, Campfire King. Let's see, I had an insane comeback in Insecure yesterday. We were yellow and managed to come back from like 1,000-point deficit through base taking. Awesome. I had a match a while ago where the Secure came in, and then like there's this one of the middle sections where there's just one big node, and every time it breaks, it's basically like a crystal from Shatter. And our team, like, we were reasonably even with one of the other teams being slightly ahead, and then like we go up to that, and I think we made like 1,300 points from some of us just basically going PvE mode on the node, just bashing it in. Absolutely ridiculous. Also, hey Breadman, hope you're doing well. And that is true. I would say if it's somewhat evenly matched, it's not too bad to be in first place. But if you're significantly ahead, then you can probably expect that you have to be ready when both of the other teams suddenly come knocking. See, Dooming says, is there a way to change your origin starting city? After a server hop, it always puts me in Gridania when I want to be in Limsa. Nope. I believe the two things that you cannot, or rather, the one thing that you cannot change once the character's made is your starting city, which I believe determines where you land when you, like, data center hop. It determines which of the level 15 MSQ items you get, which is, I believe it's either a mask, shoes, or an earring or something. People don't really use them for glam, so it's like no big deal, right? But and then, of course, in story moments where they refer to your origins, they will sometimes mention wherever you originated from. And that is unchangeable. Mask, shoe, and ring. Thank you so much for the super chat, Mizanashi. A donation for your suffering. Thank you, I think. It's very much appreciated. It is earrings. Okay. I have to say that it was amazing timing, like almost like comedic timing of OBS, that the chat overlay had frozen as I was talking about other possible problems breaking. That was incredible. But yeah, Frontline is very weird because sometimes you can do everything right and still lose, like lose with 0 points on your team. Either because both of the other teams just decided that screw you in particular, or your team just had no ability to follow through. So sometimes you just lose, and sometimes, and other times you can lose. Sometimes you'll win because the map just spoon-fed you. Like, just every time nodes spawn, the map, like, especially happens with Seas, I would say, Seal Rock, is that the match will just be like, come, here, have 2 nodes. There you go, right next to your base. Enjoy. Thank you. The other teams will be distracted. They'll be fighting over 1 node equally distant from them both. So you just enjoy that. And then when that is over, you'll think like, oh, okay, now we have to fight. And then the map again is like, no. We'll give them a like 2 B nodes, and you have this A node. Yeah. Enjoy. Eat up. And like by the end of the match, your team has barely fought anything, and if you can just hold on when both of the other teams come in swinging with full battle high, and you have nothing, if you can hold on, you win. But other times you'll lose for the exact same reason. Because you basically were spoon-fed nodes the entire match, most of your team felt fine just camping in base. Camping those nodes. And they didn't fight anything, so when the 2 other teams finally come knocking, you just die. Jose, Craigon, and Freezy Lemon, hope you're doing well. I'm not entirely sure myself, Freezy Lemon. I would say I can see the benefits of it, but I can definitely also see the problems. The plus is that it means that there's much less it's much less of a big deal if you don't get the kills. Like it emphasizes teamwork a little bit more, I guess. But at the same time, it massively boosts the amount of battle high that is floating around. You see way more maxed out battle high now, which does make the game even more volatile. Thank you for the super chat, Campfire King. You camped? No battle high then. Die. Die by machinist, loser. Wow. I mean, you could die by machinist with battle high. Hey, Zipov. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, that is also something they could have done, Freezy Lemon. I guess they want people to reach full battle high reasonably quickly. I guess. I have no other possible explanation. Hey Jojo Mojo, hope you're doing well. Hey Zoma, hope you're doing well as well. I'm doing alright, just having PC issues. Hey, False Geek. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, Frontline is weird. Yeah, the thing is, Silly, that was probably also a thing before the change. It's just I've also noticed that the amount of high battle high is a lot more now, which makes it even more explosive. Hey Tatsumi, hope you're doing well. That's fair. A lot of players, Tatsumi, get into PvP specifically because of this. The thing is, it's rather recent that what I'm going to say stopped being fully the case. Okay? To the point that I made a video pointing out the problem as it was being addressed. With Series 1, we were promised that these things were not like something you had to worry about missing out on, because they would come back in some way or another. You would be able to get them eventually. It wasn't until, I believe, this series, Series 8, that they actually added some of the now gone, quote-unquote, gone items to, like, to the Trophy Crystal store or something in-game. Not 100% sure. I have all of them, but usually what incentivizes people to get into PvP is the possibility of missing out on these items in the first place. But if you don't care about the items, perfect. The thing is, if you don't want to PvP, then you probably don't want to be there in the front line. And the players that want to PvP don't want you there either if you don't want to play ball. Like, they don't want to play with you if you don't want to play in the first place, so... Thank you for the super chat, Campfire King. Obsessive Crystalline Conflict player here, hello. I'm so obsessed I use it as a leveling strategy when I'm bored. I'm currently doing so with Machinist. Oh boy. Jose, JD, and Riley. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, Aridel. Agent Monica said, what would you say is your favorite video or stream series that you've made? Personally, I really enjoyed both the solo challenge series and the Extreme Countdown. In terms of videos, you can usually tell that it's something that I like, at least partly, when I come back to it. Like, for instance, I come back to Mythbusters and such. Is the Fierce Tyrant set not in the Trophy Crystal store now? Only Archdemon, right. And that was also from, like, Series 1, right? Yeah, that actually Freeze Elements is, I guess it could be also be understood as a change in priorities. That's fair, prefer fights over objectives, but that also feels meh. I would say the problem there often comes down to the map. I have often praised Onsalakaya, however you pronounce it, because it basically gives you nodes to fight over, and the moment the fighting is over, you have no reason to camp there. You have no reason to stay there. You can move on with your day, which means that it perfectly incentivizes you to fight and build battle high, and simultaneously has nodes that you want to do that over, where Seal Rock, for instance, while it also kinda has that, because you can retake the nodes or like fight over the nodes once they're taken, there is reason to stick around. And there's reason to be a sneaky boy and sneak around a team and steal their node from behind their backs if they don't have someone stationed there. Which it's not that often that it's really a big deal, and it doesn't affect everyone in the match, but you can probably see how this kinda doesn't quite jive that well with the problem that they want you to fight. Shatter isn't quite so bad. I have heard some positives from Ham on that, who's done a lot of PvP somewhat recently, that the predictability of Shatter makes it not as bad as it might seem, but it still has the problem that it has this effect where some players will go Orc Peon mode and just farm nodes and just try to ignore combat entirely, which is not optimal. It's not optimal. And I would actually say Secure is... It's at a point where I feel like actually it is a little bit confusing statement maybe, but Secure is so chaotic that sometimes, like, I've heard a lot of people say that they're not actually sure what you're supposed to be doing in Secure. And so who chooses to do what depends on who you ask, and genuinely, I've both heard people say that fighting over nodes is a trap, and also heard people say, yeah, well, we won because we did exactly that. Like, it depends on the match. It depends on what your team is capable of and what it's not capable of, and how people fight up on the big pillar and how people fight down on the ground. So it adds a lot of chaos to the battle. And because there's so much chaos in the battle, if that's what they want Frontline to be, and sometimes it feels like that's what they want Frontline to be, maybe that's the way they should be going. Like, maybe that's the target destination, is more of that. I don't know if I prefer Secure. I feel like it's a little too chaotic for my taste, but it meshes well with the absolute chaos that is Frontline a lot of the time. And thank you so much for the Super Chat, Campfire King. The curious 2 games at once. Exactly. How's it, Fat Man? Hope you're doing well. So speaking of not wanting to do PvP, OCE in general seems to not want to do PvP so much that basically the only times even Frontlines will pop is around 5:30 PM AES. I believe that I think there's like 2 things to that. The one thing is that PvP in Final Fantasy XIV, just in general, is not super popular. Like, not really. It's definitely a niche. And then the other part is that OCE, I'm pretty sure, I don't have numbers on this. It's like impression, a little bit of assumption. I get the impression that OCE has less players, like the whole Materia data center has less players than either of the EU data centers. So Chaos or Light, you pick. And the reason why I'm pointing them out is because I feel like Chaos and Light are somewhat recently balanced, even though like everyone goes to Light for party finder shenanigans. Exactly, Perseus. It's not only is PvP in Final Fantasy XIV just in general not super popular, it is a niche thing. But put it on a data center that has less players, and they will obviously have a harder time footing 72 players. It's like, take other niche activities in Final Fantasy XIV that require less players. Like, I would say that the Palace of the Dead, Heaven on High, Eureka Altars, like Deep Dungeons, are niche experiences. There are a lot of players that enjoy them, but it's a surprisingly small percentage of players that really care about it. But it requires 1 to 4 players. So you won't really, like, unless you're like trying to use it for leveling and you're just queuing into it, you probably won't notice. But you will when you need 72 players. And the same could actually, in some respects, one might argue that Savage raiding is a niche as well. I would say it's probably a lot less of a niche than the others, but it's definitely also a case of it's a percentage of the player base that does it. Just like PvP, just like Deep Dungeons. I'm like, now that I think about it, I don't know what would be like the actual mainstream content of Final Fantasy XIV. Is it just MSQ and daily roulettes? How's you sound? Hope you're doing well. We coordinate frontline time because otherwise it wouldn't reliably pop at all ever. Yeah, that is actually interesting. I don't know if they still do that, but I do remember back in the earlier seasons of Crystalline Conflict, that it was almost like people had coordinated specific game times. Like, we play Crystalline Conflict at this time, so that everyone like sync their watches, and then like plan out your day. We're raiding, like we're gaming from here to here. To actually make it work. And the funny thing about that is that like that was also ranked Crystalline Conflict, at least in EU, at least on Chaos even, that to make sure that your matches would pop, like everyone would just congregate at these specific times, so whether you were bronze, silver, gold, whatever, there would be people playing. I say Nixie too, and Freelon, hope you're doing well. Breadman says it's so dead that if you want to savage raid in OZ, you best make some friends, because Party Finder takes years to fill. Oh. Ow. Mainstream content is to become a Limsa cat girl. My best guess at what would be mainstream Freezy Lemon would exactly be that the content that is front and center, relatively easy to do, and rewards the player with something they can use for most things. Which is exactly why I was like, I guess daily roulettes? Question mark? Because those are right in your face. You can't actually do PvP without being served all of the daily roulettes. Thank you for the super chat, Campfire King. That's true. That's true. Revival Wings does this in EU. That's true. I also have a feeling, Tatsumi. Also, hey Gleaming and Butterfly Spirit. Hope you're doing well. I have a feeling, Tatsumi, that part of the reason why the bulk of Savage, like a large part of the Savage raiding community, has a hard time accepting that possibly Savage raiding is a niche in the game, is because in other MMOs, I don't think it would be a niche. Like in other MMOs, I'm pretty sure that it like the hardcore raids in the game are like, whoa, what's happening with that shadow? Huh? Strange. But because in those other, like in certain other MMOs, like WoW, raiding is like either the pinnacle of what you're expected to be doing at the end game, or it is one of the activities you're expected to be doing. So it's like, are you raiding or are you not playing endgame? In a way. In fairness to that, Campfire King, they added a difficulty over heroic. Nixie2 says, I've been wondering why OCE is so dead, but I figure most veterans in the Oceania region who play the game have started on another data and then bring their friends along. Something like that. I remember when Materia opened, they did really try to incentivize people to go there. I'm pretty sure they were like, yeah, you can just move your character for free if you want to go there. And even though they could, they didn't. Because they had their friends where they were. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Campfire King. Campfire King says, because heroic for them is savage for us, and savage for them is mythic. But we have ultimates. I think the best most reasonable way to approach this is to say that Final Fantasy XIV and World of Warcraft's difficulties does not have a very good comparison point. Partly because there are many different difficulties, so like there's not a real one-to-one between them, and there never really was, but also because the way fight design is made means that it just doesn't really work that way, right? Like it just doesn't really work that way. Like, I think I've talked about this before, but what we call a savage boss fight, the average savage boss fight is a specific category, like subcategory of boss fight in World of Warcraft called a dance fight. Nope, Riley. I'm actually pretty sure that normal raids in World of Warcraft would be equivalent to extreme. And then you might go, well, what's looking for raid then? Or rather, what's alliance raids that would be looking for raid? And yet normal raids in Final Fantasy XIV also probably matches with looking for raid. But that's exactly what I mean. There's overlaps, and then there's also places where it just completely disconnects because there isn't a proper comparison point. And that is actually a good point, Tatsumi, and that is actually also a problem that people have brought up a few times. And this is also something that I have brought up. The reason why it feels like Final Fantasy XIV has like a huge chasm between Savage rating and everything else, well, Savage rating and Ultimate and everything else, is because, at least in my opinion, as we progressed through the expansions, normal difficulty content like dungeons and whatnot have increased in complexity and difficulty, but players have grown with them. Saying no it hasn't is a little bit like, well, you play through a 30+ hour game, obviously the boss at hour 1 is going to be a lot easier than the boss at hour 30. Makes sense. And now this is like a, well, depending on how quickly you speedrun it, right? But this is like a 300+ hour journey. Obviously, the bosses near the end of that timeline is going to be, relatively speaking, a lot more complicated than the ones at the start. But because you grow in skill with the difficulty of the game, you don't notice nearly as much. But extremes have, of course, also increased in difficulty. And I would say by more than normal raids and such. Like, normal difficulty content have increased in difficulty, but extremes have increased slightly more. But Savage raids have increased significantly more. Granted, some raid tiers are easier than others, but I would say that, like, if you put them on lines, the distance between Extreme and Savage has increased with each expansion. And at this point, we could probably easily fit a difficulty between Extreme and Savage. And no, Unreal is not it. Sometimes it'll feel like the stepping stone between if the particular boss, like, up for grabs, is really hard. But other times, it'll be Byakko. Good luck, Taldemar. What about Chaotic? I feel like that's also not... that is too close to Savage. It's closer to Savage than Extreme. Panka says, isn't Chaotic dead already too? What do you mean with dead? In 7.1, like actually a month into 7.1, they added a chaotic alliance raid. If you're suggesting that chaotic is dead because they haven't added to it since, then ultimates are also dead. I would imagine... Oh, you mean that barely any chaotic party finders? That, like, yeah, the content as is a little like people are done with it. But that is actually a really funny thing that I feel like I called this a while back. Not exactly like this, but sort of. Also, you Sky Shards and Yannick and Bondi, hope you're doing well. The players that did chaotic in the first few days, or even the first week, which means they were doing chaotic on Christmas Eve, almost certainly found the fight a lot easier than the ones that did it on the second week, or the third week, or the fourth week. You may notice that there's some sort of a overlap here with Savage raiding, where typically, supposedly, it is easier to get your re-clears early in the week, and it is also easier to prog earlier in the tier, possibly. Which is really strange, because you should have more gear. It should be easier as time passes, but part of the problem with that is that as time passes, the more dedicated players, the more hardcore players, will finish the content and no longer run it. Which means that you will... that the average skill level of the players actually running it will drop. There's also the possibility that that some of them will land in statics, but it's like, I feel like that's like just a random side element to that. Yeah, that is a problem, Copper Sulfate. Hey, Seraph. Hope you're doing well. But, that was basically like the expectation is that eventually people would finish. And then what do you do? I would say it is possible that they'll just leave it like that. So like that the Chaotic Alliance raid will forever be like this. And you have to do it synced. But I will say that we can't know for sure until the next expansion releases. Because you are not allowed to use the unsynced feature for any content from the current expansion. So if they might say there is a fixed item level sync for chaotic, but it is unsyncable if you want, but then it needs to be not the current expansion first, if that's the case. So it's possible. And unless, I don't know, maybe we already have, a statement from Yoshi P saying, yeah, that, nope. But until we see it, we can't be sure. Bondi says Criterion can't be unsynced, so 99.99999% chance it stays synced forever. I feel like it pulled that number out of thin air, but I get your point. That the game has shown precedents in the past that content like this, and by content like this, I don't mean chaotic, but generally this kind of challenging content, will never have this restriction lifted. But I'm just saying, it's not fully, like, the bear has not been shot. The pelt cannot be sold until the next expansion releases, and we then go, oh, it's still not unsinkable. That's true, Bundy, but chaotic is also a first. Like, technically, it itself is a first. But you're right. Also, hey, Ostak, hope you're doing well. I did see you earlier. Zav says, finding a group of Criterion is much easier and will always be than for chaotic. Well, that is, of course, due to the fact that you only need 4 players for Criterion. That is a pretty big advantage. Does chaotic use the regular duty finder? It uses the high-end duty finder. But, and it has not moved out of there after being, like, no longer, technically not current content anymore. So yeah. Fox says, how big is the difference between using 7.2 gear for chaotic versus using FRU best in slot for it? I mean, there is a point there that there would be some slight gear optimizations you would be able to make, just like you can with ultimates as they, as things like cycle out and things. But I don't think it'll be super mega impactful. I also got the impression that chaotic was a lot more a tactics check than a DPS check. Hey, discount support. Hope you're doing well. Isn't Criterion in the VC finder? Yes. Exactly, Nixitur. That is actually the thing that gives rise to ultimate best in slots. It's a little mildly complicated, but long story short, and I think actually Nixitur, I'm pretty sure you specifically commented on my video on that specific subject, but the long story short is when you get synced down to a specific item level, the restrictions will genuinely be exactly the item level of that time. So for instance, do I have something here? Yes. Let's say that you went into a duty that has an item level sync of 530 and you're a caster, just because that's the item I have here. Your hat will, as long as it has more than these stats, its vitality will be capped at 122, its intelligence will be capped at 129, and its secondary stats will be capped at 126. So it'll have 126 of both of the stats, assuming it has at least that much built in from like its base item. Like for instance, this one would like have crit and determination at 126. But you would not have materia. On hats, gloves, and boots, a lot of the time, that can be better because you can put, like, if you used an actually accurate itemable item in that slot, you could put one materia to, like, nearly max out the other stat on it, and then you'd have one materia to spare to put wherever you want it. So a lot of the time, it is better to use an appropriate itemable item for hat, gloves, and boots. If you can get it on accessories and they can have 2 materia slots, then those 2, even more so at times. And then chests and pants are usually where it becomes a little more complicated, or quote-unquote complicated, because you can actually not max out the second stat. with just materia on a chest piece or pants, appropriate level materia. So it's often better to bring an extraordinary high item level item with the correct stats. But sometimes, even if you can find appropriate item level items for the specific ultimate or whatever you want, the only options you might have terrible stats. Like, whoop-de-doo, you get like about a half to a whole extra materia worth of stats, but the item has piety on it. Or something. Like, you might actually not want to use the specific item that is appropriate for the duty if the option is bad. Are we visiting Scamming Way on the moon? Kind of, but we're not actually visiting the construction area because we can't. But we're going there. There's a little bit of a continuity disconnect in the series, you see, because normally I walk from where we left off last time to somewhere new, and technically last time we had a walk and talk, we did it on the moon. So we have to go there to fix the time loop. For shame, my walk and talk immersion is ruined. Yes, the item level sync for Suzaku is 695. I believe it was the same for Byakko. The funny thing is that I don't believe there are any items. Are there any items? Yeah, exactly, there's no 695 gear, so your best option is either use 690 gear or, like, overshoot it. And the question is whether those primary attributes lost are worth it. Skyshot says, you know what I'm looking forward to? Beastmasters is a limited job. I'm wondering how we're gonna do content with that. Yeah. The thing I want to say, and I've said this most... What's the instance? Oh, sorry, it's instance 1, Naomi. I completely forgot about that. How to change instance? You talk with the Aetheryte, and it'll give you an option if there are instances. For those that haven't dealt with this before, usually they make several instances of the zones that are related to the newest content. Yeah, exactly, God Wars. And also, hey to you, and Lotus, hope you're doing well. But usually the current content, like the newest content, they will put a few instances so that they can take the flood of players that will appear. Much to the excitement of hunt discords, because that means that there are X amount more hunt marks to hunt in these areas. But when these instances are there, it's very likely you'll just get dropped in a random one. Which is very annoying. Especially if you're, you know, playing with people and want to be in the same one. Focus says, but Suzaku's DPS check is scary. I could imagine. I'll say the times we did it, I feel like the DPS check was basically whatever if we didn't have like too many deaths. And I want to be clear that my raid team isn't exactly like the biggest pumper squad. So I'm like, the thing is, if you're doing Unreal in Party Finder, then anything is possible, right? I saw a very quick post, I think it was yesterday, and I think it was from Tales from DF. Where that should have been Tales from PF, shouldn't it? Where they immediately left an Unreal party because the dancer put closed position on the white mage. Which I guess is funny, but I mean, I will say if I was there, I would probably say like, if you think that's funny, go for it, but you know, do it with your friends. Like, and no, it doesn't count that that white mage and that dancer was friends. You have like, if you're gonna meme it up, make a pre-made for that. You know? Like that's the same thing I've said with the reason why, like when we did the challenge streams back in Endwalker, that I would only do weird challenges if we had a full pre-made. Because it wasn't I was not going to make it a thing that that I was basically potentially sandbagging with strangers there. If I have a full pre-made, they all know that I'm doing this. They might even be doing it too. Like, for instance, if I'm doing a duty like this, which we did do a few times, maybe the party is also doing it. I won't know, but they know that I'm doing it, and they signed up for it. Like, they said, yes, I'm fine with that. But the randoms in a queue is not fine with that. Like, or they might be fine with that. In fact, I might play better than some players. So they would be like, it's a little annoying that you could play better, but you're not. But I'd rather have you than someone worse. But that's, you know, same deal. That's still not super fair. Hey, Shaq. Hope you're doing well. Caetsu Chaiji set the expectations very low. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Hey Ravenous, hope you're doing well. Says, do you think Beastmaster will be compatible with Blue Mage parties or be its own restricted set of challenges? I hope that Beastmasters and Blue Mages will be able to like do challenges together. I imagine that either they will expand the challenges that were already there for Blue Mage to also say limited job to like let you choose, or they will just add new ones that say, like, where you can do it as Beastmaster, where, like, it's like, you know, do this duty with all limited jobs while you're a Beastmaster. And then the old one will say, full limited party, but you're a Blue Mage. So like that you can have both options without it breaking anything. Yeah, exactly, Nixitur. That is kind of the thing. That's what I was thinking of, that they might expand on. But also, speaking of Beastmaster, something that I just want to be super clear on for all of you. This is not like a warning or a reprimand. It's rather just out of concern for you, that we were promised Beastmaster so long ago by now that by the time it releases, most players that look forward to it have imagined the job in the way they like. To a degree where it is very likely that it doesn't matter what you get, you'll be disappointed. It will not live up to expectations. Which I will say is, like, that's actually the biggest problem when they announce that they will add or change something, is that almost every time the players will make it out to be something much bigger, and by the time it arrives, it does not meet those expectations. And that makes it a little difficult. Hey Twimsh and Medivh, hope you're doing well. Let's see, Medivh says, is Piety really that bad? I maxed out spell speed and Piety in my UCOP group, and it felt really good. I believe the old ultimates of Stormblood are power crept enough that if you do the mechanics just right, then the potential concerns about doing maximum damage take a backseat. And you can absolutely get away with maximum spell speed and piety if you like. However, yeah, exactly. Thank you, Ardil. If you check that video about piety, I think you might even seen it and commented on it, Medivh. I'm actually not sure, but if you check that one, the primary argument, the biggest argument against piety is that piety only gives you MP, which doesn't sound very special when you think about it, but the fact that it doesn't provide anything else means that if you didn't need the MP, then piety did nothing. So essentially, if you play a full boss fight and keep track of how much MP you recover from piety. Let's say you have enough piety that you recover, I don't know, 50 more MP per tick. That's actually quite a lot. But I actually had that in the particular clip I used for that demonstration in the video. Then take note of how long the fight was. And then divide that time by 3, so you have the amount of ticks, times 50, to see how much MP you would have had from piety. That number that you get, if you never passed below that amount in MP at any point in the fight, then the piety did nothing. It did 0, because you basically, if they made it so that the MP you got from piety was colored differently, or was in a separate bar, like they added a third bar here that just accumulates over the course of the fight, and you only take from it if there's not enough MP, then you would have seen in those cases where you didn't need it, that it would just stockpile and do nothing. A lot of the times when the best in slot sets have piety, it's because there's an unavoidable amount of piety. Or the alternative is worse. Also, thank you for the super chat, Campfire King. Let's see, correct me, but didn't they also confirm Onion Knight would be a limited job too, or was that just game journalists being idiots? I've never heard about that. I know Onion Knight is a thing in the Final Fantasy universe, but Onion Knight as a limited job of Final Fantasy XIV? No. My best guess is that maybe they mentioned it as an idea, like when they were talking about limited jobs or something. But yeah, the big problem with... Yeah, you know what, let's go to the party room. We could go down to the moon guy, but the party room is the party room. How would Onion Knight even work? Your guess is as good as mine, Zeta. Yeah, piety... The problem with piety is that as it stands... It's a job, it's a stat that is great when you need it and garbage when you don't. Like, when you don't need it, it's actually so useless that it would have been better if you had not, not better, but it would have been just as good if you just had, that gear piece just only has one secondary stat for some reason. That's how bad piety is. And they could fix that problem by just giving it the same experience as tenacity, where it has a damage and healing amount. It wouldn't make it better than the alternatives, but it would make it less bad. I say Krampus and Diasmus and Paul. Hope you're doing well. Pre-stream time. Full tenacity melted warrior soloing treasure dungeons. I'll say, Skyshots, that is a way to make it easier. That's actually pretty funny story with that. In the most recent Mogtome event, I remember that there was 1 week, I think. I can't remember if it was a personal task or like a shared like weekly task or whatever. But I remember that do a treasure map was one of them. And I was like, I can smash that out real quick. I can just solo that little bit. It'll be fine. So I just did like a rock skin map real quick. It got very down to the wire. Apparently with Warrior, it only just barely managed to... This is not in Xenos, folks. This is in Bestway Burrows. We can't access Xenos Ardorum unless we're in our home world. So this is just here, but this is only here if you've actually progressed enough in the Lopritz Allied Society. But I ended up barely beating the chest itself, and then it had a portal, and I went in like, well, I'll probably get kicked out really funny, like really early. And then the next door opened, and the next door opened, and the next door opened, and then suddenly I found myself fighting the final boss in that treasure map dungeon. I was like, I had just logged on. I was like, I'm just gonna do like a quick few daily tasks that'll take like 5-10 minutes, and then like I'll be working on videos. And then I was like, I think it was like 45 minutes later or something, I was like, this was not in my plans. Did you get a good drop? I can't actually remember. I can't remember. That was quite funny. It's not the first time I've done that. There's also been times where like I grabbed the Wondrous Tales, I did some tasks, and I was like, well, how long can it take to do P6N solo? Why solo? Because that's funny. And because the queue might actually take a while. Smash cut to like 30 minutes later. Like, probably shouldn't have done that. Anyway, I'll be right back. So, in the meantime, Manatee restored. Alright, I'm back. Enjoy your evening, Kate. After I need to go do P6N, I don't remember it at all, and it's next on agenda for Savage. Just saying, Saf. I mean, you might get more value out of doing it in a group, so that, you know, you can see how the mechanics work with 8 players, just for comparison for Savage, I guess. But it can be soloed with a warrior. Probably any tank, come to think of it. Yeah. It's not too bad. Now, we have a bunch of clips. We have clips from... First off, we have a clip from Tay. I don't know if Tay is here. But basically, if I mention you, your name, and you haven't said anything, please, like, make yourself known so that I know that you're here. We have a clip from Dooming. Actually, we have 2 clips from Dooming, I believe. We have a clip from Yek. A clip from Shaq. There's the other one from Dooming. We have a clip from Zaf. And we also have a clip from Cole and a clip from Copper Sulfate that were not put on YouTube. Scrambled eggs sounds nice. Consider subscribing to the chair. Freezy Lemon says, even if they did change Piety to give another stat too, though, wouldn't the basic idea still be the same? If you don't need the MP, you're wasting stats, but now it's just fewer stats. Correct, but that's the same problem with Tenacity. That's the reason why, for the most part, if you can avoid Tenacity most of the time, you'll do it, because you can get slightly more damage if that was Determination instead as a tank. But the key difference is that Piety as it stands right now, if you don't need the MP, then Piety is as good as no stat. Like, it basically means that half of the secondary stats on a particular piece of equipment just goes gone with the wind. And because of the limitations of gear choices, sometimes healers are forced to pick it. Like, if there's Piety on one of the rings, then too bad. And if there's Piety on both options for a particular equipment slot, too bad. And my suggestion would simply be just make it have the same secondary property like Tenacity, that it increases damage and healing 80% as effectively as Determination does. That is exactly what Tenacity does, and then Tenacity on top reduces damage taken by a pretty huge amount. Because it would make it less, it would feel less bad to have it, let's say. It would still be a case of it would be better if you had something else, but I'm just saying, if it was 80% as effective as Determination instead of 0, then I think a lot of people would be a lot more like, well, I mean, a little bit of Piety is probably fine, just to be sure. You know? Dooming says I'm on phone. Fair enough. Yeah, another way you could do it would also be to just make it focus more on healing, but that would exactly be the problem again, being that in the cases where you don't need it, it's a dead stat most of the time. Although more healing isn't nearly as bad. They could make it 60% as effective. They could. Tenacity was that, I believe, before Dawntrail. Although they both buffed Tenacity's damage and healing, and then they giga buffed its damage reduction. Like, I'm just saying, in Endwalker, I made the suggestion that if you mega stacked Tenacity like a lunatic, you could, at the end of the expansion, maybe reach almost, like, nearly 20% damage reduction. Maybe. Now, you could reach that in the first raid tier if you wanted to. If you wanted to, you could. Probably. Tenacity is crazy. It's just that it's crazy at something people generally don't care about. Although I have actually heard some tanks say that tenacity is actually kind of nice for M6S. Couple Self-Fixes, as someone who plays off-tank Dark Knight regularly, I personally despise people with tenacity because they make the damage taken unpredictable. But yeah, exactly, Yannick. Jan's putting the fear of God in them. Exactly, Shaq. And that is actually, I think I have mentioned that. I think I mentioned that in my most recent video on the topic of tenacity. That the problem with tenacity is that overall, most bosses don't personally do enough damage to the tank to justify taking tenacity. And a lot of the time when the bosses actually are, it's like a tank buster, and then the boss does something else for a while, which means that the tank isn't like hurting for cooldowns to like manage it. But tanking like 2 Yans, just beating the daylights out of you for like over a minute, you will run out of cooldowns, almost certainly. And then you're just taking those hits raw to the face. Thank you, Erdil. Like, basically, if they made bosses just passively do way more damage, that would be really helpful. Sorry, Cat, I got really far down a different track. Thank you for celebrating 16 months as part of the Cult of the Pig. I really appreciate the support, genuinely, I'm sorry. Hail the chair. I hail the chair. It's very good. I like to sit on it. Jojo Mojo says, if I recall correctly, back in WoW, weren't most tank spec mastery stats just damage reduction? In Cataclysm, where mastery was implemented, tank's mastery had at least 2 effects at any one time. One effect was that it increased your attack power by a percentage, basically making it increase your damage. They basically did the tenacity thing where they went, well, you will also get damage because all your other main, like the other choices, make you do more damage too. So mastery should also do that. And then each tank had something that their mastery did. The warriors had their block chance from there, although like that additionally increased both block chance and crit block chance. So like when they blocked, sometimes they would double block and block twice as much. Imagine if paladins could do that in Final Fantasy XIV. Paladins, meanwhile, at the time just increased their block chance, but by way more. It was actually possible near the end of that expansion to reach a point where there was 0% chance that the boss would actually hit you. Either you would parry the attack, dodge the attack, or block 30% of the damage from the attack. They would never get a clean hit on you, ever. Death Knights generated a physical damage shield based on a percentage of the healing they got from their Death Strike, which they used frequently, and it scaled really hard back then. Later, they nerfed that pretty significantly, so it was more about the healing, and then the barrier was like an extra thing. And I think druids, when they critically hit, they generated Savage Defense or something, and Savage Defense's power was based on the mastery, and the Savage Defense was a barrier or something like that. I can't quite remember. There's also been a point where I think druids just straight up their mastery is something like, you have more health, you receive more healing. Or something strange like that. But yeah, typically, tank masteries were reduces the damage you take in some way or another. Sometimes actively, sometimes passively. And also it increases your damage output. Just to be safe and certain. Savage defense sounds pretty useful in Savage. Yeah, I know, right? Jose Cranberry, hope you're doing well. Medivh says, I find Twintania's auto really hurt, so that would make Tenacity good. For that particular bit, maybe. The question is whether those auto attacks hurt often enough and frequently enough that it matters. I would say that the phase 2 auto attacks from Wicked Thunder hurts, but she doesn't hit frequently enough to justify Tenacity. But yeah, genuinely, that's the big problem with Tenacity. And in a way, it's the same problem with Piety. If you needed Piety to be able to keep up the healing you needed to do, then that would probably be a lot easier to manage. And in fact, now that I think about it, I think the big problem with making Piety interesting is that if they make Piety strong enough, or rather, if they make Piety necessary enough that you need it to keep people alive, then it would almost certainly mean that healers, like some healers at least, would stop attacking to make sure they had the MP to keep the party alive, which I think they don't want. Like, I'm pretty sure that's not what they want. So what they could do is maybe revisit the MP costs of things on healers. Maybe revisit the MP region and maintenance of MP on healers. And maybe just make their attack, like, it's just an idea. It's not a finished product, but maybe just make their attack spells free. That way, MP is the healing resource. And if you run out of it, then people start dying. And they would be able to do that without worrying about, oh no, now healers can't do anything. They'll just eventually just resort to, well, I can only attack now. And yeah, if they did that, maybe they could just delete Lucid Dreaming while they were at it. Jose Bokash, hope you're doing well. And thank you for the super chat, Campfire King. Says, you guys remember enemy auto attack crits? Those only exist in ARR content and the Stormblood ultimates. Actually, I'm pretty sure Stormblood bosses can crit. Auto crit. Shaq says, wouldn't that be more ideal for pure healers as barriers get MP from using their resources? I don't know. I feel like it's like same-seas. Like, on the one hand, Sage generates 700 MP when they spend something like Ryokoli. But as it stands right now, in a sort of technicality kind of thing, White Mage, quote-unquote, generates 400 MP when they use a Lily spell. Because they didn't spend 400 MP. Campfire King, when you say that, do you mean it as in a lot of the bosses have 0% chance? Because as far as I know, from Shadowbringers onward, bosses cannot crit. As in, it does not happen. Ever. Anyway, let's start with the Dooming's clip from last time. I believe it was a trick for grabbing aggro as a paladin. A 0.01% chance. That's some old school Pokemon shenanigans. if that is actually true. Hey Gomibako, hope you're doing well. To your question, so far, just Final Fantasy XIV. But I have considered doing other things. In fact, leading up to the April 1st stream, I actually asked people on the Discord for input on whether I should stream something else. I specifically, the idea in mind was getting over it with Bennett 40. Because April 1st, right? But the general consensus was that people would rather that we do something in Final Fantasy XIV. Especially because it was not in the cards that I would play it until we finished. I would play it and see how long we got. But so far, haven't played anything else on stream. But I do play other games off stream, like on my own. Yep. Right, no sound. At least if there is sound, it's so quiet that I can't hear a thing. Exactly, Campfire King. Thank you for the super chat. Crystal Project is a good game, by the way. It's fantastic, and it has a Final Fantasy mod. Not just 14, straight up Final Fantasy mod. Does Astrologian being better than White Mage mean that White Mage is not in a good spot right now? That is hard to say. I was just about to say it looked very, very similar to normal, but now something started to happen. Let me just rewind that. I got a little bit lost in the mechanics there. There was a Clemency cast, yeah. That is a strategy I've not seen very much, but I used to do it way back. And that's correct, Sky Shots. The Clemency heal grabbed aggro. Nixie to a Black Mage is actually very mobile as of 7.2. If you want to see a little bit how crazy it can get from a Black Mage point of view, you can check my most recent Savage proc stream. We did the M6S. Well, we didn't clear it, but we procced on it. And I was playing Black Mage. Like, genuinely, Black Mage is probably... I would say it's probably rank 2 or 3 in caster mobility. I would probably say 2. And that's pretty high. That is interesting. So the trick that Dooming was using is something that I actually used back in Stormblood. When I did Swallow's Compass as Paladin, in the final boss fight, there is this intermission where a bunch of monkeys spawn on the outer ring of the arena. And the easiest way to get all of the mobs to bunch up to you would be just cast Clemency on yourself. Or someone else, it didn't really matter, just cast Clemency and generate healing aggro. It wasn't as potent as it is now because... And also that, Cat, very good point. None of the casters have issues keeping up with the mobility necessary, but Black Mage definitely does not have issues keeping up. Not anymore, at least. If they had before. But the reason why Clemency can be so potent for Enmity is that, well, first of all, those 4 mobs are kind of spread out in the arena, right? So it would be difficult to AoE all of them. Just in general, it would be really hard to AoE all of them. Just straight. That would be a problem. Clemency cast on someone else is a combined 1500 cure potency. Then times 10, because it is you have tank stance. That's true, Bondi. If you were doing the non-standard from 7.1, you had more mobility than Black Mage has now. But Black Mage right now has a lot of mobility. But that would then mean that you're basically doing 15,000 potency worth of enmity, right? Well, it gets split evenly between all the enemies you're in combat with. So that's like 3,750 cure potency worth of enmity on each of the mobs. No, wait. Divided by 5 because the boss is also there, so just 3,000 on each. There's also the part that... And I discovered this in a Mythbuster episode a while back. That 100 damage potency is not the same as 100 cure potency. I believe I discovered that cure potency is about 20% weaker than damage potency. So if you throw 500 cure potency at something, 400 damage potency should equal that for some reason. So relative to the attacks the other players could do, those 300 potency would probably be closer to 2,400 potency. But that's still like over 2 times whatever most jobs would be able to do to one target in an instant, right? So that's why Clemency works really well. Also, yeah, Asymmetricon, hope you're doing well. To your question, Sky Shards, the main way people employ triple cast and swift cast to gain damage is by using what I call UI1B3 swift cast. I don't know if it has gotten a name, but basically, casting Blizzard 3 from Astral Fire means that it does 30% less damage. But if you cast it from Ice, it doesn't have the shortened cast time that it would have from Astral Fire 3. But if you triple cast it, or swift cast it, then it is instant. So you get those 30%. It's about 87 potency, I believe, in value. And you can technically do this and gain damage from this from level 35. The problem is that at level 35, you will often just not have an instant to weave transpose swiftcast. Because your only instant option that is actually good is Thunder. It starts to become more feasible once you get Firestarter, because if you finish your Astral Fire on a Firestarter Fire 3, then when that's an instant, you can just transpose Swiftcast, boom. And at level 50, the power difference between finishing your Astral Fire state with a Fire 1 hoping it'll be a Fire 3, like the average value of that is slightly lower, like very slightly lower than finishing with Flare instead. Of course, if you get the proc, it is way better. If you don't get the proc, it is way worse. So because the odds are against you, it's a 40% chance proc, not a 60% chance proc, for instance. It is better to finish with Flare when you have 2k MP left. But if you get up, but you can gamble it. Like the damage difference is relatively small. But if you get the proc as you hit 2k MP, you can just choose to Flare to like finish off and then use the instant Fire 3 to transpose Swiftcast Blitzer 3. So you start to have more options to leverage that approximately 87 potency gain each time you finish an Astral Fire step. I actually talk somewhat at length about this in my Wacky World of Non-Standard Black Mage video from a little bit ago. I also mention it in my Black Mage guide. And let's just say, in general, what do you mean by that, Freelon? Firestarter as an OGCD? What? You don't have to elaborate on that one. Yeah, I imagine you mean Sharpcast. Yeah, Sharpcast guaranteed the next chance-based proc. But actually, at present... At present, you would have had, like, if they hadn't removed Sharpcast, you would have learned Sharpcast at level 54, used it for, you know, Fire 1 into Fire 3, because Thunderhead, it's no longer Thundercloud. And then at level 60, I don't even know if you would bother. You'd probably just use Fire 4. I don't know if it would be worth, like, if Fire 1 had a 100% chance of generating Firestarter, would it be worth using one of them per Astral Fire stage at level 60? Oh, I see the chat overlay crashed again. I'm telling you, I know this haunted PC. I said it was probably dying Tuesday, and it is starting to act weird. Hey, Caitlin, hope you're doing well. Bronson says, I really love how the transpose line was considered non-standard endwalker, but now that it's been in practice for a year, it's considered standard rotation. Do you mean the AF1 F3P, Bronson? Freezy Lemon, I have a Generation 14 Intel CPU. They have been known to kill them how do they say it these days? It's known to unalive itself slowly. It should have gotten updates that means that it shouldn't do it anymore. And this particular CPU I've gotten, because this is like the 4th or 5th replacement CPU I've gotten, should have been born with these fixes. But I'm not joking, the CPU was working fine all of April, and then May, it's just start of May, Final Fantasy started crashing once, and now Tuesday, things have just like, it's been crashing more and more, and usually Final Fantasy XIV crashing is the first sign that it's dying. The chat overlay freezing was another common symptom. And the chat overlay has frozen twice in this stream. I don't know if the chat overlay is basically going, get down, Mr. President, on Final Fantasy XIV, and basically taking the shot. And each time it freezes, Final Fantasy XIV doesn't crash. That would be a hilarious thing to realize. Thank you for the super chat, Campfire King, and thank you. But yeah, if I'll have to talk with the manufacturer. Like, this was all I needed. I basically, because it was only Final Fantasy that was breaking, I was reaching the point where I was like, maybe it's just me being a bit whiny. But every time, something else have started breaking. Shortly after. And this was it. Yesterday, my video editor also started acting weird, actually, but I felt like that was a minor thing, so I didn't count that one as much. But now I do. Anyway, what was I saying? Right, Brontom did mean AF1 F3P. The funny thing is, Brontom, is that for most of Endwalker, AF1 F3P was actually known as AF1 F3P Standard. For some reason, Standard was slapped on at the end. Consistently, it was slapped on at the end. And nowadays, especially like just with Dawntrail, because the thing is, in Endwalker, AF1 F3P Standard was not something you could always do. Not always. A lot of the time you could, but not always, because it was still a chance you would get the proc. You could, of course, force it with Sharpcast, but maybe you'd rather have the Thundercloud proc. I remember there was a lot of math on that, on what was better. And it came down to a few factors that I didn't like get deep enough into it to deal with. But with Dawntrail, Paradox is a guaranteed proc. So either you spend Fire 3 for, like, actually what I want to say, because you can always just transpose Paradox Fire 3 now, if you have one in the bank, like you're exiting with Fire 3 ready, with Firestarter ready, sorry, you can use it if you need a mobility option, and then like you're just back to AF1 Para F3P until you have an extra again. Like you get an extra every time you mana fund. Don't worry about it, Freezy Lemon. The thing is, my manufacturer, which is not Intel, has a very, very, very good guarantee. They've replaced the CPU every time for free. I haven't even paid for sending the PC to them each time. They've just gone, oh, well, PC bad? Let's see if we're switching the CPU fixes it. Oh, yep, there you go. And every single time that is acted weird, it was the CPU. And like, I always now keep track of if anything breaks, anything crashes on this PC, I write it down, date, time, what happened, what was I doing. Which is also the reason why every time I've seen the chat overlay break, I fix it, and then I go in my document and say, chat overlay broke at this time, approximately. Because it helps me to then go, am I crazy, or did it not crash as much the other day? But if I write it down, I'll be like, no, it did. It absolutely did. But yeah, I would say, Bronson, the reason why AF1 F3P became that's just what you do is because before, like back in Endwalker, it was something that like you actually had to like play around it if you got the proc, and there was a timer on it. Then in Dawntrail it was at least guaranteed, but you still had to play around it. If you were too slow to get to it, it could time out. And then with the changes now, there is nothing that can get in the way of you doing it. In fact, you can start with Paradox. So like there's like the only reason that you would hard cast Fire 3 is if for whatever reason you don't have an instant cast to transpose after, then it's probably not too bad to just Fire 3. But that usually only happens if you die in the fight. Something like that. That is fantastic. The funny story is the first time the CPU died, the one symptom was I actually got the chat overlay initially back then. So I didn't know that it was not meant to do that. I thought I just had a stupid chat overlay that froze frequently. And then I realized that, maybe it's not when the computer died and I needed to use a backup PC, and at the time, my backup PC also needed to get serviced. So I had to use my laptop. And the chat overlay never froze on that. Weird. Anyway, back to clips. I think Dooming had another clip. If Dooming is still here. But yeah. This was exactly the thing. I spoke with friends and my brother about whether I was gonna send it back before the stream, and I said, I'll give it a chance with the express expectation that something was gonna happen on this stream. Boom. You nailed it, chat overlay. Is Dooming here? At least you're not blue screening anything yet. Yet. But that's usually if I let it. Like if I keep just ignoring it, it'll eventually reach that point. The first time it died, it got so bad that it couldn't even get to the login screen. As in, you couldn't get to the desktop. In that case, while we wait for Dooming to come back, we also have clips from Te, Viek, Shaq, Zaf, Coal, and Copper Sulfates. I think some of those are still here. I'll try to stay on target now. We've talked about CPUs 3 times now, I think. Also, again, Freezy Lemon. After like 3 or 4 replacements, not just 1. How about we take Shaq's clip? Shaq was running Underkeep as machinist. I think we spoke briefly about some things regarding it off stream after the Savage raid, or something like that. Nixitur, sometimes the actual live chat will just freeze. Like sometimes YouTube will just freeze up. And that has happened for me on any PC. Some days YouTube just be like that. And that's actually completely unrelated to the overlay, because the overlay usually does not freeze when that happens. Thank you for the super chat, Campfire King. Remember that OBS is free if you want recording software. OBS is free, and that's what I'm using. You may need to learn what settings it requires, but it is free. Just have to download it and have the computer power to do it. Right. So, a particular thing that I believe Shaq mentioned was that Shaq has actually not done their level 70 job quest for Machinist. So if anyone's going to go, you should have used Flamethrower there, the short answer is Shaq would not be able to do that. And the follow-up to that is, of course, do your job quests. Burp, burp, burp. I'm sure you did fine, but let's see if we can find some tips for you. And Twim's flamethrower has actually become pretty decent in Dawntrail because they buffed its range and they buffed its potency. But in 7.2, they mega nerfed Machinist's filler AoE, which by comparison has made flamethrower really strong, relatively speaking. I would say the main thing there was that you hung a little bit and drifted the GCD. Let me actually check something, because I got a little caught up in that. Yeah, the thing is, here at the start, you wouldn't necessarily need to use Flamethrower. Because you have all these other things to work through. That's correct, Freezy Lemon. But see, for example, there, when the Scattergun came out, there Shaq could have just gone Flamethrower. It's also possible if Flamethrower was an option that it would have taken priority over some other things. But if it's not an option, then it's not an option. And yeah, I can see Flamethrowers there, but it's grayed out. Or it's darkened, indicating it's not available. Yeah, Flamethrower is pretty good now. The main things that used to make it bad was that its potency was a lot lower. It's become better. And then the fact that its radius was 2/3 of Scattergun and Archer Crossbow. So a lot of the time, even if its potency was fine, it would often miss targets where the other two would not. So it's just not worth it. This one is a little just saying it's your UI, Shaq. So you do what you feel is best. It would probably not be a bad call though to have your gauge be a little bit bigger. It's very small. If it works for you, fine. I'm just saying if you're feeling you're having trouble with keeping track of your gauge, it's possible that it's related. But if it's fine for you, then it's your UI. But yeah. I think we actually talked about this a little bit when in the off-stream thing I mentioned earlier. At this point, you should probably just hypercharge, because you have 100 gauge. And of course, target count would determine what you should do with that. So like if there's 3 targets, like 3 to 4 targets, and they're like being rounded up, then you use Blazing Shot. And if there's 5 or more, you use Outer Crossbow. And if you're going to be like mega optimized on it, you make sure that you just barely don't cap on checkmates and double checks, because you'd rather use them when all of the enemies are rounded up. That's the thing that makes Blazing Shot so crazy in a way on AoE, is that you can use that to prepare AoE as things are being rounded up. I think Shaq just forgot, Sally. I think he just forgot. Also, hey Red Mail, hope you're doing well. Funny blue guest sitting in the corner. Oh, that is true, Red Mail. It was just more specifically if you're doing it while rounding up mobs. then that is an optimization you can make. I would probably also not do it. That's a level of optimization where I'll be like, you can do that. You're not gonna see me do that, but you can do that. And if I didn't mention it, then like, that's a little bit of an oversight when I know you can do that. This boss is also particularly awkward for a lot of jobs. My estimate, just like, I haven't like checked any logs or anything, but my estimate from just doing this fight a lot is that you get about 20 seconds. Uh-oh. Tactician, dismantle. Oh boy. Oh. It didn't do as much damage as I thought it would do. But that you get like 20 seconds at the start. So if you're not ready to burst off rip, then you're gonna lose some of your burst. That was pretty fast. Well, reasonably fast. I have done this dungeon with a group where it actually took one more lap. That's also a way to do it, Zarf. Part of the reason why it's something that I am even aware of is because... because when I do this duty, I usually enter that fight, like when I do it with my bodies, pre-made. We will often reach that boss a little, like, at a point where my co-DPS cannot burst. I might be able to, but I will deliberately hold because I know, well, if I didn't open with ley lines, then it's not gonna work. And sometimes I'll see my co-DPS then, you know, let it rip and then F because only half of it got to be used. And it really sucks because it feels like... It also sucks just sit on it, right? But as Black Mage, I can just go, well, I missed the window, so I'll just hold this ley line for when he comes back. Imagine if imagine if they made more jobs have 2 charges on their 2-minute burst button. And here once again, yeah, okay, you did hypercharge. Fantastic. You should probably Bioblaster immediately after. The chainsaw's a little bit awkward because it feels like maybe a waste. Usually the 2-minute is still on 10 seconds cooldown by the time the fight sucks. Also, imagine, just, it would be, like, we can already see the problem. If you could have 2 charges on your 2-minute burst button. Then, a lot of times it would probably just be a 4-minute burst. Something that is worth considering, just to be clear, Campfire King, is that my machinist guide predates flamethrower becoming kind of nice. Just keep that in mind. So sometimes you can keep up to date on what my opinion is on something that has changed. If you see me do a mentor-led video on the job, then I'll be like, oh yeah, actually flamethrower is really nice now. Check, does I think I messed up the opener burst this boss? Let's rewind and take a look. Bursting wrong. Oh, yeah. That's difficult. That's complicated. You're already in a position where your burst is going to get a little wacky because you don't have wildfire ready. I would say the main thing that stuck out to me was that you did some 1, 2, 3 combos where, like, if you had just used drill instead, you wouldn't have hit 2 charges of it. Aside from that, I feel like the main thing that went wrong, quote unquote, is the I think it's just a practice thing. That here and there, you do this thing where you just completely stop for a moment. Which, I mean, if you're learning the job, is obvious. That's like, that would happen. If you're not sure what you're going to do, that'll happen. Sometimes this happens to me on Black Mage. Then I'll be like, what do I press next? And I'll just stop for a second. That happens. Like that depends more on how awake I am, I feel. But yeah, there's no need to hold a drill charge. You can just send them. It can be helpful if you're doing AoE to have, you know, an extra so that you can maintain Bioblaster. Burst decision paralysis, yeah, exactly. That is actually the funny thing with jobs that have less rigid bursts, is that while you can say it doesn't really matter what order you press things in, it's a lot easier if you just make a decision. Like, if you just choose to do something. Like, yes, there is... Like, here's the thing. In this party composition, which you can't see well because my face is in the way, we have Machinist, Paladin, White Mage, Viper. There is no raid buff. The only thing that you need to worry about to maximize your damage in this group composition, Shaq, is use your cooldowns. As much as possible. You can actually just send Automaton Queen whenever you have it, because no one is going to make it any better. You can just send it. The only other thing that you would need to worry about at all is Wildfire needs to be connected with 5 GZDs. And Reassemble should be used well. But essentially, just sending your cooldowns is good enough. And all Wildfire really truly needs is 1 Hypercharge. Yeah, exactly, Shaq. A 50 battery Automaton Queen or a 100 battery Automaton Queen is same Cs unless there is like a raid buff that you are like coordinating with. But then again, a 50 battery gauge Automaton Queen in buffs is better than no Automaton Queen in buffs. And also true, sadly. Properly optimizing your bursts, even if there is no reason to, makes sense. The main reason why I'm stressing that it might not be necessary to worry about here is because Machinist is one of those jobs where the optimal burst can be extremely hard to do with the chaos of a dungeon. It is incredibly unlikely your cooldowns are actually going to naturally line up for that. So just focusing on what you can do is often more helpful. Skyshout says, this may be a really dumb question, but if you're in a group with absolutely no raid buffs in the team, does lining up your 2-minute burst matter? No and yes. As opposed to the classic yes and no. No, because there's unless you yourself have something, then it's not going to be any better by using it at a specific time. Yes, because you might be using a burst potion, you know, gem drops. So you didn't use full metal field before hypercharge? That's fine. Okay, so that was about it. If we just rewind to here. Yeah, exactly, Zav. If we just rewind to here, and then pull starts, looking at what you have, I think what I would do is... I would use reassemble just because it doesn't actually matter which tool it goes on in a single target fight. Campfire King, we are on Ravana Materia on OCE. And we are in Instance 1 in Mare Lamentorum, up in the party house. I would use reassemble drill just to get those cooldowns running. Then I would use, as drill is spinning, I would use... I don't know which one is checkmate or double check, but the one that is just about to be ready, I would weave that and barrel stabilizer. Then I would use chainsaw, automaton queen, another check, whichever one. Like at that point, it doesn't matter. Then I would use air anchor, wildfire, and another check. No, wait. Air anchor, wildfire, hypercharge, and then, you know, let it rip with the weaves and all that. And once you're done with that, I can't remember if Excavator or Full Metal Field will have the more pressing cooldown, but you then work your way through spending those, get back to drill, get back, like, things will come off cooldown. You'll probably have another reassemble, but basically, what I'm going through here is you don't have any raid buffs to worry about, first of all, but you're just focusing on how can I most efficiently work my way through all of these cooldowns. And I think it is more likely that using drill immediately could lead you to having an additional drill in this fight than it is likely that sending chainsaw immediately would lead to you having an additional chainsaw in this fight over what you would normally have. So that's why I would prioritize drill first. And looking at these timers, like right at this moment, drill, chainsaw, air anchor, because air anchor's ready in 5. And then you just weave things in between. And once you've gone through that, you get to work on the wildfire to get that on cooldown. And the reason why you're weaving all the other stuff leading up to it is because once your hypercharge window starts, you can only single weave, and those single weaves are kind of forced to be checks. So you need all the other stuff done already. And the reason why you're weaving Automaton Queen after Chainsaw is because you have 80 battery. And then you just go for it. Jose Perrin, hope you're doing well. And yeah, exactly. But it can still help. Exactly, it can help with dealing with when things go sideways. But yeah, that's what I would do. I think. Well, that's what I would do now when I have this superpower where I can just freeze time and really think about what I want to do before I do anything. And there you should have used Hypercharge again. Just immediately. I don't think that you overcapped on anything. Actually, you should probably have used Drill because that hit 2 charges again. There's something funny I've noticed when I've done this dungeon a bunch. The English voice actor for this this boss. I'm not saying it's the same guy, but it really sounds like, I don't know, it sounds like Alphino trying to sound a little menacing. There's also a specific point in the voiceover where it sounds like he has a voice crack, which I think is really funny. Drill. Something that could probably help a lot is to remember that it's perfectly okay to be on 0 drills. It's during this fight, Freezy Lemon. I can't actually remember. But it really, really sounds like there's a little voice crack while he's talking. It's in Japanese here, so you wouldn't hear it in this. Oh dear. No, that was weird. That felt weirdly fast. But yeah, I think the main tips I would say, Shaq, is be more willing to use. I say be more willing to use hypercharge when you have it. Use drill if you have a charge. Like, the essential benefit of drill having 2 charges is that it means that it can step aside if something more pressing needs to be done. Like air anchor, chainsaw, but for the most part you want it to sit on 0. And also what Selly said is that if you use hypercharge when there's less than 8 seconds left on drill, air anchor, chainsaw to get ready, then those will come off cooldown during, and that's not super great. Less so with drill if you keep it on 0 charges, because then it'll be fine. It of course can also clash if you're at full heat gauge, which is also the reason why I'm saying it might be helpful to be a bit more aggressive with your heat gauge spending. Because when you hit 50 heat gauge, like if you're playing optimal, there is like a specific time where you need to do certain things. Not yet, Dooming. We waited because you didn't respond. Initially. But yeah. The moment you have a hypercharge in the chamber ready to go, I would say that's when you start to think about where you'll put it. If you're playing like perfectly optimized maximum damage rotation, it becomes a little more complicated. But if you're just playing to like, optimize your rotation about what you can do, then the moment you have a hypercharge, you're looking for where you're gonna put it. Without it delaying anything else. And it takes about 8 seconds to perform a hypercharge. Exactly, discount support. Yeeting more resources is often better than yeeting fewer resources optimally. But I think this went well. This was actually 14 minutes. Is reasonably fast, I would say. I feel like maybe I was just tapping out a little bit mentally during the fight, focusing on Shaq's rotation, but it felt like this was pretty fast. I feel like usually there's like almost an entire extra mechanic. So this seemed pretty fast. Eats all heal OGCs when the tank loses 1 HP. Oh no. But yeah, there's of course also the whole thing with, you could have used flamethrower if you had one. But that one is just good. Right. We have the other clip from Dooming. Imagine if there was a damage way to spend lilies. Imagine. Ew. This lily goes in the end. Yeah, exactly, Perrin. Exactly. I feel like we've actually talked about that in the past when people have been like, "Oh man, it would be really awesome if this other healer had a way to like spend their resource when they don't need it for healing." And each time it's like, I mean, Scholar has that. Not all healers need to have that, and we know what would happen if the other healers had that because we know what Scholar does with that. Like, imagine if Sages got a Drainy Holly, which did 100 potency, and spent 1 Adder Skull. White Mage gets a Flatus Energy Drain, which does one... well, actually, that would have to do more than 100 potency. It does Glare's damage plus 100 potency, exactly. And Astrologian, I don't know. The defense cards, they can just throw them for damage. Right. Well, we have this other clip. Yeah, exactly, Dooming. I mean, Expert Roulette also has the Uewata Field Station. But I'll just say I had a run recently where each boss managed to get like at least 1 full extra round of mechanics. So maybe that's what makes me go, this is kind of fast. Good heavens. I just want to just point out, you see it too, right? On the Tuesday stream, the chat overlay didn't freeze once. For the past month, the chat overlay didn't freeze once. Today, it has frozen like 5 times. And I said Tuesday when things started crashing, that was the starting shot. And now there's a problem. I am not crazy. Anyway, M6S free heals. Also no sound. Oh, that's the... Let me just rewind to the start. That's what a crazy person would say. Oh no, the thing is, Caitlin, that it's the PC that is having trouble, not YouTube. You might still be crazy. Oh. Oh. It's a Yan! It's yanning around. Intervention on a co-tank, I guess? Not on yourself? Not Holy Sheltron for yourself? I don't think I saw what we were looking for. Can you explain, Dooming? Yan plush would sell out instantly. I believe after one of the recent Savage streams, we had some people look for them and found out that they're pretty much like anyone who's made Yan plushes have sold out. So yes, I do believe they would. The rooted healer is out of range of the group. Right. Oh! You mean as in, well, the healer's out of range to heal anyone else, so the tank could use it by just coming up close. Okay, yeah, I see that now. That is pretty funny. And that also makes sense because I imagine the healer's out of range to hit anything for quite a while. That is pretty smart. That is pretty smart. Maybe that is something that that Ham could use. Nice. Guys, I'm gonna morp. I'm actually gonna morp. One day YouTube will not recommend people their own videos. In fairness, we talked about this on stream today. Specifically this. This is what I was talking about with your other clip of pulling the AoE mobs in M7S by clemencying yourself. I don't know what's happening with the other recommendations, but the top left one was something that we actually talked about, which is that casting clemency on someone else would add up to something like 2,400 cure potency enmity. Well, 2,400 enmity potency on every mob, including the boss. You'll get banned. It's quite, yeah, no, right? That is quite something. Yeah, Copper Sulfate is here. That was a clip that was just on the PC. Wait a minute. Why do you have a Warcraft log on your screen? What a what is going on there? Yeah, that also looks pretty cursed. Minus 274. Thank you for the super chat, Campaign King. He's playing WoW, obviously. What's the issue here? So, this clip is called What Happened? Or I named it What Happened. I think it was called something like that originally, but we need to look for what actually happened. I had to check it, because if it's not on YouTube, then I can't be sure whether it might have, you know, copyright claiming music. So I had to check it, and I think I already had the answer. Pretty sure it was a lag spike? Like, initially, let me give you the recap. My experience was, I saw this and thought, is the boss supposed to just stand there? Wait, everyone else is also just standing there. What is, I guess Living Shadow can be out there, but shouldn't he be attacking? I feel like there's a lot of things not happening here. Is this a lag spike and then this happened? This just doesn't look right. What do you mean that's the actual speed of the mechanics? Like, everything stood still and then like 3 mechanics happened all at once. Ah, yes, lag spike. Yeah, spell and waiting. You don't say. That is a whole new level of spell and waiting. Wow. Right. I still have a clip from Tay, from Cole, from Viek, and from Zaf. So if you're still here, let me know. Sorry that I keep asking. DPS stands for dead per second. Wow. Zav is here. Well, then we can watch this. I believe Zav said this is minimum itemable, no echo, scholar perspective, blind prog P5S. Which has been recorded recently. So it's in Dawntrail, in current patch. Yeah, minimum itemable, no echo, blind prog. Okay, just a moment. I'll just go over them then, Falca. Minimum itemable, of course, is a setting that, and for anyone else that wants to know, is if you go in here, you can set minimum itemable, which means that instead of entering the duty with the highest possible itemable that it allows, it'll set you to the minimum itemable that it allows. Like, it has a specific itemable restriction of how low you can go before it'll say nope. They'll set you to that. Like, just like how that'll scale you down, they'll just sink you down even further. No echo means in extremes and generally normal content, when you wipe after fighting for, I believe it's usually 3 minutes, you get the echo buff, which in normal content is 10, 20, 30, 40, 50% more HP, damage, and healing. To like let you overcome it eventually if you keep trying. In extremes, it's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25%. In Savage content, they usually just give you the echo at the door. So they'll be like, well, this duty has 20% echo, so you just have 20% more power. Things like that. So no echo means that you're also turning that off, so you don't even have that mega boost. And blind proc means that, well, usually it means that no one in the raid watched a guide. Optimally, everyone figured out this fight from the start together, without help. Which means that sometimes the tactics they'll use will be really wacky, and sometimes they'll be like, oh, that's exactly what people found out. For instance, when we blind procced EX3, we essentially figured out how to deal with it. I can't remember the name of the mechanic, the one we had to like direct lasers, but like two players getting tethered to each laser. We naturally figured out how to position for that in basically the exact same way as the common party finder strat. But because we're blind progging, we dealt with absolute authority properly. Coronation, yes. Yeah, blind proc takes a lot more time. So if you're there for the rewards, then that's probably not what you should be doing. But if you're there for the experience and the entertainment value on its own, then it's a great idea. Zam says technically our blind is simulated blind, so people who know don't say things, and people who are blind do the figuring out parts. Right. I take it the ones that are not blind will also just follow the strategy that others suggest, even if they know it's wrong. Yeah, that's true, Couples of Fate. That's actually also a concern that I ran into with EX3 specifically. Yeah, exactly, Freezelim, and that's what I was thinking with presumably the knowers would then quietly do whatever the other players say to do. Because even if you're not saying a word, your actions could spoil the blind players. And you might just move too early for a mechanic, which basically indicates that you can see it. Like, you can see the tell, while the other players can't see it yet or haven't noticed it. Like, it's very, very... I would say it would be very difficult to fully fake blind. Did your group also succeed, Naomi? Just a moment. Hey Mia, hope you're doing well. Yeah, Kai is so skilled he's playing without touching the keyboard. I know. I'm so skilled that I changed name. Beat it quite quickly. Oh wow. Red Mail says start moving early during mechanics, but to the wrong spot to bait everyone into a wipe. Then they won't trust you anymore and can continue on blindly. Yes, that's what we all do. Right, guys? That's what we all... That's the real reason why we sometimes goof up mechanics in fights we absolutely know how to do. It's to bait the blind players. Hmm? Definitely. That's... Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. MP management? Ooh. Okay. Oh boy. Nice. Back when this raid tier was current, Devour was like was the P5S equivalent of every party finder group is EE2 prog. The group says that they're a mechanic after Devour. It's Devour prog. Is this that weird bunny I heard about from Field Station? This is using the same skeleton, yes. And I also actually procced this fight a little bit in Party Finder back then. On stream. We didn't get that far. I was not a huge fan of, like, speaking of, I think Agent Monica asked earlier what my favorite video and stream series has been on the channel. Not a big fan of spending a lot of time on stream basically twiddling my thumbs while waiting for hopefully a group to come together. And yeah, also speaking of which, I do very much enjoy making the Mentor Roulette series as well, but in terms of streams, I often very much enjoy the ones where we're doing some sort of challenge. If you did that now, it would fill instantly. With players from the stream, you mean? Oh boy. Yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe you were like, nah. People would just join the groups easy. I don't know if we would fill instantly. I would say we might be able to get a bunch of people at least. But it definitely was something we can at the start of a raid here, I feel like. But absolutely, I think nowadays, if I was doing Party Finder style, I would probably be better served making my own group than looking for a group to join. Dave from accounting would join. Because if I made my own group, I could imagine that there would be some people that would like to join from the stream. And then we'd only need to fill out the remaining slots. Kinda how you did M1S at first, right? Yeah, kind of. Kind of. Alright, Shaq, good luck. Yeah, back when we Splat. Back when I procced this in Party Finder, I went as Summoner. Yeah, munch. Which was definitely not the smartest move in retrospect. Not because Summoner was bad. Actually, it was because most proc groups were fine with like a somewhat like not necessarily 2 melees, 1 ranged, 1 mage, but most groups were pretty adamant about 1 job per, like unique jobs. So they wouldn't want 2 summoners, and every group had a summoner. Hey Rust, hope you're doing well. Nice. The melee LB. Thank you, Nox. Oh, that sucks, Rust. Hope he gets well. Hope he get well soon. That's correct, Freezy Lemon. This was the funny thing is that in Endwalker, even though they changed the first part of the name, it was 1st to 12th. Like they actually said what to counted. Oh man, Dave from accounting broke it. If you're someone who can just summon your own party finder. Well, I'll say Freezy Lemon, they're pretty fun. We actually, last week, and next week we will again, but last week we farmed a P8S for mounts. Awesome music. Cool boss. It even unsynced, it still has teeth. And the mount is cool. Yeah, high concept. Yorm. You'd rather do synced or even minimize level clear? No echo clear first? I mean, that is the thing, is that you would only be able to do that once, right? Or at least if you want to do it blind even, but oh man. I'm just telling you, if you were, like, you said minimum item will no echo or just synced, but if you went to go on to do it blind, I'm just saying, I'm pretty sure that P8S or P12S is like, I believe they're considered like one of the hardest Savage fights to date. Yeah, exactly, Cobblestone Fate. You'll be there a while. Ross says, which guide do you use for P8S? Big Kobe's guide. Although we might have adjusted a thing or two. We use Big Kobe's guide. And I think the main things we differ in, I think, is that there are some cases where, like, the players can choose how they deal with it according to the guide, where we might have been a little more, like, strict. And that's fair, Freezy Lemon. I'm just saying, P8S is hard enough that it took us, like, we progged on the fight on a stream for like 4.5 hours, unsynced, and then had to come back for the rematch before we actually got him down, and that still took a while. So, I'm just saying, it will probably be very, very tough. Also true, Couples of Fate. We did spend a lot of time discussing things. We also had a case of, in the first set, that we had some replacement stuff. But I would say part of it is also progging. Like, part of progging is also explaining and discussing things. Zab's Windows was like, I need to update. Just as I clicked on the chat and the restart button moved under my mouse just as I clicked. That's so annoying. You know what? Tuesday, so when my game... Sorry, back to my PC troubles again. We will get to the remaining clips, don't you worry, guys. When Final Fantasy XIV crashed the first time Tuesday, my first reaction was that I immediately grabbed my backup PC, set up in the living room, and turned it on to start preparing for the worst. Because I had just enough time that if it really came to that, I could have swapped PCs for the raid night. The PC starts and I discover that the motherboard battery is dead. So, BIOS settings. Reset. Fortunately, that one doesn't require anything special. Then, when we're finally done with the stream, like finally finished and like finished for the night, hop off the voice channel and everything. I stand up, open the door, see that my PC is still on as normal. Like it was just downloading and uploading things like cloud syncing stuff. I see it's turned on, walk past it like to the bathroom or something, come back, look at it, and then it's saying restarting while installing updates. Please do not turn off the power. If I had come out from this room 5 minutes later, what I would probably have seen was the PC on the login screen, and I would probably just have gotten a heart attack right then and there, because I would have thought my backup PC is now blue screening randomly. Because I wouldn't have known that it was updating. Like, thanks for that, Windows. I know, right, Cat? I know, right? Is that a new chat crash? Any percent personal best? It's insane. Like, I'm just reiterating. I was already contemplating contacting the manufacturer of this PC because it was acting weird with Final Fantasy XIV before this stream. And then I thought, no, maybe it's just Final Fantasy XIV being weird and I just need to figure out what the problem is and fix that. But, easy solution. I'll just stream and then maybe something will go wrong on the stream. Hopefully not the stream itself. But that would be like the nail in the coffin. And then like the chat overlay is just like, say no more, fam. It has crashed so many times that I would suggest that maybe what happens is that one of the cores in the CPU is having trouble, and the reason why the chat overlay keeps crashing is because it is basically being dealt the bad core. And because it keeps being treated by it, nothing else is crashing. Knock on wood. Just to be clear, Freezy Lemon, my manufacturer, I'll get to that in a second, Emir. My manufacturer has a special edition BIOS version with their recommended settings, which I have done exactly for this PC. It's the backup PC that doesn't have any motherboard battery, but that didn't need it because it doesn't have a faulty CPU. I'm not lagging, Emir. However, if the footage looks like it's a little bit choppy here and there, then it's because I set the frame rate to 60 to try and stabilize a bit, and it didn't help. And yeah, I'm on an Intel 14th generation CPU. I'm not having any latency at least, so if YouTube is buffering, Emir, then you might need to restart. I'm not hoping the stream crashes, Caitlin. I was just hoping that something would break so that I would know for certain that it's broken. But, Freezy Lemon, let me put it like this. A version of CPU... Exactly, the 14th gen has problems. That is just a known fact. They have been fixed, but by design, they have trouble. It has been replaced. The CPU in this PC has been replaced like 3 or 4 times. It has happened enough times that I don't even remember how many anymore. I will probably have to call tomorrow and be like, okay, listen, you said it would be fine this time, and it's not. What do we do? Because we can't keep doing this. Exactly, there's something about oxidation. They have fixed something, like some problem where the CPU would like overcharge itself and break itself, but apparently there's other problems too. And just to be, which is what I'm saying, Freezy Lemon, that firmware microcode thing should have been fixed. This CPU I have now has been born with that. So it being faulty means there's something else. Oh dear, Bronto. That doesn't sound good. You know, the funny thing is, Freezy Lemon, that the 13th generation has the same problems. And that one is like a year older. So it took that long for them to discover the problem in the first place. It's a really long story. It does that sometimes, Emir. It'll take a bit before it realizes. Is Viek, Tay, or Cole here? Oh boy. Oh boy. Hey Navy Doc, hope you're doing well. Yeah, I usually stream like 3 days a week, and it's just on YouTube, at least at the moment. But we are doing like a hangout, just talk, and then looking at clips that have been posted by this community to me. But usually I'm the one playing. Your PC is screaming for help at this point. I don't know. As I said, I will definitely call tomorrow. This is like the tamest way that it could say, I'm dying. But yeah, something is up. Awesome. Hope you're doing well, Navy Doc. Well, if Viek, Tay, and Cole are not here, then we actually got through all the clips that we had. That people were here for, although Viek was here earlier. I don't know if Viek is here now. That is correct, Rust. Tomorrow is Relic Grind. And I'm just saying, I'm prepared. I have the Poetics for our last step that requires 500. I have 50 singing clusters. I've already shoved all the crystal sand and umbrite into the weapon so that it's ready to roll. Because I didn't know if we would need, you know, a full 60 or if we needed less. You can see I have crystal sand to spare. I was actually pretty lucky. I only needed 55 umbrite. Heavensward, Black Mage, Hyperconductive, Vergelmir. I'm just collecting the... Like, long story short, Black Mage got changed in 7.2. A lot of Black Mages, current Black Mages, really hated it or disliked it. Meanwhile, Kai over here is like, oh man, this is the best thing ever! And I can't get enough. I love playing Black Mage. I would, like, let me put it like this, if Black Mage was capable of, like, soloing dungeons and stuff, then there would already be a series on the channel of streams of me doing stuff like that, just pushing the limits of what Black Mage can do. But it can't do a lot of strange things, so I just don't. How do you feel about the 7.2 Black Mage changes? Love it. VX says, give me a few minutes, need to finish a dungeon. Sure. Kraken. Oh, yeah. Hey, Kraken. I hope you're doing well. Says, does it look cool? Hard to say. But this is not the outfit that would go with it. But this one looks cool, but it's not going to look like that when it's finished. Relic weapons have a tendency to have this thing where it's like... it looks like this. Then it gets a glow while it's looking like this. Then it gets a different glow while looking like this. Then it becomes this completely different thing. Then it gets a glow while this completely different thing. And then it gets a fancier glow while this completely different thing. And then it becomes a wholly completely different thing from that with a glow. Falca says, should I watch something on Unscathed or just blind it? You can just blind it. If you did the 2 prior Alliance raids without looking anything up, you should be fine. I would say that they are either just as mean or at times more mean. So if you were fine going like blind on those, you should be fine on Unscathed. I would also say it'll be fine if you did look up guides. For the other 2, again, you should be fine blind. Kai's clearly not familiar with this sleep the whole pack and pray. Actually, I have done a little bit of that. When I initially soloed Sastasha at the start of the solo challenge series, I soloed it as Scholar, I believe. And instead of kiting things like a smart person, I would sleep most of the mobs and then try to fight one off and like survive through it. Thank you for the super chat, Campfire King. The stream suggestion, glam fashion show. That could be fun. No kiting? No, that came later. Eventually I realized what the true calling was. Right, so VX soloed E9S as Paladin. Let's check that out. What role are you going to do to Unscathed as, Falca? VX says this was blind prog. Oh, true. Solo unsynced blind prog. Yeah, the numbers are quite big. I believe Viek plays on a TV. At least there's no child PvP. Well, it's gonna be hard with only one person. To your question, Kraken Mo, I don't know. Part of the reason why I just decided to go on to just collect relic weapons is because suddenly I have a job that I want to play so much that I actually would want a job-specific glam for it. Normally I just have role-specific and that's good enough for me. But that also means that I would like to have a big fancy job-specific weapon to go with it that looks extra cool. So I just started collecting. So far I'm using the Realm Reborn relic weapon. Anti-air phaser unlimited. That sounds like... Oh. Like some sort of super weapon. Are you just going to hang out? Bulb of hanging out. In terms of my job-specific outfit, the big fancy change I made to my caster set is that I put a hat on it. The fact she cleaves at a slight angle like that does suddenly explain to me why Chaotic starts like that. Dawntrail, more like Hat Trail. Yeah, exactly, Emir. My big hat makes my small dragon look smaller. Sally says I've got job-specific sets for every job. In that case, you either have to manually put some of them on, like one step at a time, or you don't play every job. Yeah, that would be nice, Freeze Lemon, although I can understand why that would be like a lot of work, like a lot of extra stuff. But yeah, exactly that means that because I'm playing Black Mage, I have the option for every relic. And I already have 2 of them. Oh my. That's gonna hurt. What? Was that a donut? Oh. Oh, so the clouds just give her a permanent damage buff. But it's not a wipe, necessarily. Ugh, that's spicy. That's some honeybee lovely shenanigans. You goofed up this mechanic, now I'll do more damage for the rest of the fight. Did she heal? That's true. You have exactly, like, a square each. And like 4 extras to work with. Does that mean that the tanks would just have to eat a half-room cleave? I have never done this fight Savage. I do remember the PvP tile stuff. This isn't the chaotic I remember. Did they nerf it? She got really nerfed. Blam! Chaotic without the chaos. And one of the things we notice is that there's only one player. When you say without the chaos, do you mean the players or the boss? That is going to be hard. That's a lot of towers. Yikes. Yikes. You just used... I think I saw you've got a magic vault and then you used hallowed ground. So I guess that was the either you needed to do that or that was a like the panic button. I'm not sure. Exactly, Freezy Lemon. I was exactly thinking that the fact that she cleaves at like a slight angle is somewhat reminiscent of how like they made it in Chaotic, that she cleaves at like at a huge angle. Nice. This is what controller players see. Some of them. Depends on how they set up their UI, of course. The thing that always confuses me about controller setups is I'm always like thinking about the controller and I'm like, how do you actually do all those things? It's probably obvious if I actually sat down and figured it out for a bit, but what often concerns me when I see controller play is exactly that. I think I've seen the most controller play from Viek, but the panic when like you can see like two crossbars like shrink and grow, like which one should I do, is what it like sounds like to me. Thank you for the super chat, Campfire King. By breaking our fingers, that's how you click everything. You just, is it straight claw grip? Hey Tape, hope you're doing well. That means we can get your clip as well. But well done, Viek. Very nice. The claw grip is legendarily chaotic. Also, this is weirdly strongly bright. Are you ready, Tay? Yeah, see me? Thank you.
Can I read it?
Of course you can.
1 GCD.
No,
Are you dressed as a Yan?
Oh my god.
Right, you're you're the one with the defamation marker.
Can I read it?
Of course you can.
1 GCD.
Am I blind? Do you not have a minimap on this, Tay? Do you not have a minimap? Have you hidden your map? Oh boy. Minimap users anyway. I'm just saying, I often use it to tell the difference between where north is. Just the minimap, not the whole map. They align themselves to magnetic north like a pigeon.
One
Question, did you dodge the damage from it, or did it just not do damage? Like, not a lot of damage? It's a little hard to see because it gets a little crunchy. Like, this is not the stream crunching it up. This is actually what I'm seeing is crunched. Looks like magic damage there. And you got the debuff there. But the big spooky is probably more that if you had clicked that dash like a frame earlier, you might have killed everyone. YouTube bitrate does not like Desert Phase. Oh. That was amazing. Just maintain the no mercy. No problem. Well, you had to lightning shot during it, but hey, you still get Lionheart. And you are a Yan. Who's tanking the Yans in your group? Who's tanking the Yans, Tay? Was that also you? You are. Oh, so it's just one nice pile of Yan. Even though you're main tank? Oh, that's the same thing that we do. A little tank switch for the ad phase. It's an aggressive sheep party. Hello, fellow Yans. Ow! Turns out they communicate by smacking you with their head. If I remember correctly, the things you need for a Yan outfit requires store items. Because if it didn't, I'm almost 100% certain that Ham would have rolled up in that. Because it says Yan is one letter away from being Ham or Yam. Yep. Nice. Who was it that asked about how many times it was? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 overlay freezes so far. 10. Very fun. But the main reason why I'm like, you don't have a mini-map on your screen is because, like, I know some, I can't remember even, like, how you talk, like, how do you change that? But if the mini-map is pointing north, then I often use it to orient myself. Even though you might be like, well, A is at north, it might not be. And sometimes the way the arena is just structured might mean that you can't see it. In fact, just to give an example, because I did mention to some earlier when they were like when we were talking about Black Mage, is that if you want to see how mobile Black Mage is now, you can see the M6S proc that we did on stream. There you'll see my POV as Black Mage, and at the end, like near the end, like in the desert phase on M6S, there's the sand, like the quicksand in the middle. Right after that, I pretty much glance up to my minimap to see, to be certain which intercardinal I am at, because if I'm in the east half of the arena, then I need to ethereal manipulation to Naomi, who's always in the west half of the arena. Assuming Naomi's alive, of course. And the way that I check that is not by looking at the actual game. I look at the minimap specifically and go, well, I'm not in the west side. So I just instant ethereal manipulation to Naomi. Because Naomi is basically like my column partner, you could say. Yeah, sometimes markers are good enough, and I also use markers, of course, but sometimes they're just not what I need. And sometimes it's just faster to check the minimap. And having the minimap hidden doesn't exactly give me a lot more extra space. I'm not looking that, like, there's not going to be a mechanic where I'm like, oh man, guys, if only there wasn't a minimap in the way, then I would have known what was coming at me. But because the minimap was in the way, I didn't see it. Like, I think we've talked about this before, but if you're having trouble with seeing what you need to see, a lot of the time it can be because the important information is too far away. Like, for the majority of a fight, I'm like looking here, like on myself and my actions, and then I'll like glance up at the boss, which I will be doing anyway. Like if camera like this, I will look at the boss, and when I'm looking at the boss, I see my dot if it's there, and I'll see the HP, I'll see any buffs that I have if I need to. I'll be looking down again and looking up, which means that I will glance, like as my eyesight passes up and down, I'll see this, sort of. But I'm not looking over here. I'm not looking here. Not unless something is happening here. Like if I'm running, if I'm strafing, I might be strafing where I'm looking there. I just had the minimap there because I'm pretty sure that's the default location. Actually, most of my UI, a large amount of it is on default positions. And there's multiple reasons for it. The first one is that a new player would find it a lot easier to navigate my UI because it's not too different from what they have. The second thing is that it doesn't hurt me. Like, it doesn't affect me. There has not been a situation where the reason I didn't see a mechanic coming was because my cast bar is attached to my target up there. Most of the time, if I missed it, I would have missed it even if it was in the center of the screen. Case in point, I have gotten clips for clip review where I was looking up there, like, where's the cast bar? And everyone is like, Kai, are you serious? And like the cast bar was right here in the middle, double size, and I wasn't seeing it because I expected it to be here. So I looked for it there when a mechanic was happening. And technically I also have a cast bar down here because my enmity list is down here. But yeah, in a lot of ways I keep my UI relatively basic because it makes it easier to follow, both for a new player but also for an experienced player. If my UI is at the default locations, maybe it's been so long that you don't remember what it looked like, so you might not know where to look. But at least most of the time you'll be like, oh, well, I know where things are because he has things in the default locations. So you can follow that a lot more easily. And that helps everyone. Like, I actually have a specific UI that I use for my job guides, which is this. It's actually pretty funny. There has been at least 1 or 2 times where someone has been like, do you play with that? And I'm like, no? What do you think? Hey, Satori, hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. I'm glad to hear that, and congratulations. That's awesome. Which Savage did you beat? And yeah, that is quite big. The point of these huge buttons is so that it is easier to see what you need to see. Do you actually use the 7 and 8 buttons for ley lines? This is a Corsair Scimitar. On my mouse, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, This is 4. This is 5. And this is 6. And bonus buttons, like your extra actions, is such. The first one is on 7 and 10. So like the bottom back half. And the second bonus button is in the middle. With the same 2 buttons. The reason why it's 2 buttons is because when it gets that far back, I'm more likely to be a little bit more inaccurate because I actually have to move my hand in a slightly unusual way, in my opinion. So I just set 2 buttons to be that, to increase the probability that I actually hit the button that I need to hit. Can't you bind things to M15 or something? Seems weird to have it bound to 7 and then rebind it with a mouse. Like, you could bind it to some button that maybe doesn't exist. You could possibly do that. I just don't see any reason to. As a matter of fact, I have mentioned this before, sometimes I actually play the game somewhat ambidextrously. Like my movement is I have all of the 6 basic movement buttons, which means I can turn with A and D. A lot of people would be like, why? You just turn with a mouse. Why would you turn with A and D? And the reason is, sometimes I'll be playing like this. I don't know FFXIV. The thing is, to tell the software for the Corsair Scimitar to use a specific keybind, I would need to be able to either find it on, like, in a menu, or be able to press it. But yeah, because of that, sometimes I might actually be playing like I'm just, you know, mashing and then like boom, 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 and then ley lines, and I'll lift my hand off my movement keys and just press ley lines. And my hand will just be out in the ether. No one knows what's gonna happen next. What's gonna happen next, I'll just move my hand back to the WASD. But yeah, actually I do that a lot. I'll just like move my hands around as needed. Both hands on the keyboard? I don't do that. Hey, no worries, Stainless. Let's just say I really like having an MMO mouse, but I think part of it is also that I've used an MMO mouse since, like, WoW Cataclysm. Which would be like 2011, I think. 2010, 2011. Which means that I've played video games with a mouse with a thumb grid like that on more than I have not. So I would be really confused, or I would find it lacking if I didn't have it. It would be missing if I don't have it. And yeah, you might say, well, what if you're not playing an MMO? When I'm playing Monster Hunter Rise, the first thing I do before I open the game is that I go into my Corsair Scimitar settings and set 1 to Wirebug. So I just squeeze the mouse to access Wirebug stuff. So because I have that toolbox of 12 extra buttons, if I need something for a game, I can just add it. I can just go, well, I need this button on the mouse. I'll just add it. So that can be really, really handy. And again, I don't set the Wirebug to some weird button. I just set it to a button I could easily reach with my left hand, and then I can just also reach it with my right hand. Discount support says, we love MMO mice, just sad they don't make the Logitech outside of Japan anymore. Oh, really? That sucks. But yeah, if you have those extra buttons on the side, you could do anything with them. The question is whether you would. One thing that I feel like people often get like lost in when they see an MMO mouse is that they basically go, okay, so now that you can have 12 buttons on your mouse, then you can use your left hand fully for movement. But roughly speaking, actually, not even roughly speaking, just generally speaking, for most cases, your mouse is better at turning. So, meaning that your mouse is responsible both for action button presses and also turning, means that like you have your your left hand is hardly doing anything, because you know what, your mouse can also do the moving. Like, you could just one-hand it. The problem is that you'd need like to keybind your modifiers on the mouse as well, which there are 2 buttons on the top that you could do that with. So like I could realistically play the whole game with one hand. It would just not always work super well. You can see, because I just explained how I have my keybinds, that it's a mix. Pretty funny, because I have my my healer. Like, if you feel like ley lines on 7 looks weird if you don't know I have an MMO mouse, then check this out. Doses on 0. Kango says new challenge. Actually, back in Endwalker, when we did the when I did the challenge, the dailies with the twist streams, I actually did do duties with one hand, and there it was like play like this. By the way, this camera's mirrored, so this would mean mouse hand off, only use keyboard hand, and then just play like this, and then like just have to do everything with left hand. And if it was like this, so mouse hand only, then I would also not be allowed to use the thumb grid. So I had to go clicker style and also move and also target and everything with just the right hand. And it went decently well. I've also done duties like this. And I've also done duties like this. And also done duties like this. But that's not particularly challenging. That's just time consuming. It's mildly funny when a fight requires that you move a little fast. Yeah, exactly, covers all fate. When you're in first person, your camera will automatically turn to face where you're actually looking. I think you can turn that off, but it'll do that. And that also means that if you start casting things on people, it'll actually snap you back to look at it. Very disorienting. Hey Ruby, hope you're doing well. What's the G shift button? Sarah says my mouse has an exchangeable side plate. 12 buttons or 8 buttons in a circle, or just 2 buttons. They can also be separately bound. That is pretty neat. I think I have seen those. But yeah, my point with the overloading the mouse with responsibility is exactly the reason why, like, you may notice that I said that like the keybinds on the mouse starts from here to here, which means that I'm actually pressing, like, I actually press amplifier like this, right? But my mom always said that I had piano fingers, which means I have long fingers. The way it works, Tay, is that if it actually tells you if you try to access materia. If you read the error report that it tells you, it should tell you that you have to go out to the main menu, choose data center, choose materia, connect to it, see that you don't have anything there, go back out, reconnect back to your home DC, then yeah, I knew you. I had a feeling you did. That's a classic. Oh, that is neat, Ruby. My first MMO mouse had the 2 extra buttons on a corner of the left click, which I really liked. This one does not have that. I'm actually dot initial damage loss on 0 targets. Is it actually though? Technically, if you think about all of the jutsus ninja can do, only Doton can be used with 0 targets. Which means all the other jutsus will simply just not be usable, whereas Doton can be placed, and there's a chance something will step into it. Like, something might step into it. I don't think it does, Alana. I'm pretty sure the way that it works is that if you haven't visited recently, then you have to revisit to make sure that everything's up to date. So if you make an alt on materia, but you never play it, then it probably doesn't make any difference. Exactly, Perseus. Yeah, that is something, speaking of MMO mice, the one problem that I ran into with the Corsair Scimitar is that I feel like its mouse wheel doesn't last very well. I might have been unlucky, but its mouse wheel tends to get wacky surprisingly fast. Meanwhile, the Razer MMO mice I had in the past, either the left click or right click would get wonky, quote unquote, relatively fast. So it is a little bit difficult because it has this effect of like, which MMO mouse would you want? They're all going to break in some specific way. Which thing would you rather have? And the thing that I like about the Corsair one relative to the Razer one is that I feel like the Corsair one is bigger. And maybe it's a little hard to see. I can't get it too close. It's a little locked over here. But it has this like sliding space. So you can actually push it back if you prefer to like have your hand in a different position. It's also a bigger mouse. Funny story is that I had the same Razer Naga for too long. And when I say too long, I mean the left click button was broken. Every time you left click something, roll a d10. That's how many clicks it would produce. I'm not joking. It actually, like, if you just roll a d10, that's the amount of clicks it produces. It could click something 10 times when you clicked it once. Just, I want to play this game. Doot! Boom! I learned from that, and I think I actually still do this in Final Fantasy XIV, that's what taught me to right-click things that I just want to, like, if I want to target something, I will often just right-click the thing instead of left-click it. If I don't need the purpose of the left-click, I'll right-click it, which is really backwards, because right-click is usually the, like, alternative click. My very first mouse that I had for my first PC, which was just a normal wireless mouse, one day, just out of nowhere, the right click died. Like, just straight up, just, you know, you're just gaming, and then suddenly right click just stops responding. Just completely from one moment to the next. Like, similar to how, like, you might be playing and then suddenly, like, your wireless mouse just runs out of battery. And then it stops. This was just straight up the right click just... It wasn't like, oh, it starts to get like unresponsive. It was just, now it works, now it doesn't. Now you only have a left click. Hey, Feeding Shadow, hope you're doing well. Are we all mechanical keyboard fans here? I have a mechanical keyboard. Don't quite remember the I believe it's a K85 or something like that, Platinum Corsair, and it's very old. It works pretty fine. Sometimes it chooses to press a button multiple times, and sometimes a button locks up, but it'll get back. It'll come back to me eventually. By just mashing it hard enough. Yeah, that's also what I exactly Tatsumi. That's also the reason why my hot... Like, that is the thing. Some people see this and go, wait a minute, are you actually playing with that? And it's relatively believable that, no, of course I'm not. Might have been K95, come to think of it. Let me see. K95 RGB Platinum. I'm guessing that's a slightly nearer one relative to the 85. Why is Danish krone so strong? Is it strong? Mizunashi says brought back memories of an old ball mouse I once had. For any reason the mouse would randomly spaz. No, that's just how ball mice worked. Like, it was just... If you had, like, if you grabbed a mouse, like, I don't know, at school or something, and the cursor was acting weird, you do like this, and be like, oh, it's a ball mouse, of course. Other times you would have, like, a laser mouse, whatever you call them. Now we call them a mouse. And it didn't have a mouse pad, and then it'd go all weird, and you're like, oh yeah, it's also because the table is dusty. Well, not dusty, it's more like, the table had a single particle of dust. Just one. It dug deep enough in me that whenever I've seen people use a mouse without a mouse pad, I'm like, are you crazy? But it actually, I mean, most mice work reasonably well as long as it's not like a too dusty table. Now, I just want to take a moment to appreciate that the chat overlay has not crashed for 30 minutes now. Fair enough, free live. Preying on its downfall. I don't... Actually, I'm kind of indifferent to it. I've already decided what I'm going to do about it. No, yeah, exactly. It has to crash now to be funny. What it's going to do is it'll probably crash while I round up the stream. That would be the classic move. Speaking of which, we got through most of the clips. We got to where we needed to. We got a lot of talk about things, especially how my computer's doing recently, apparently. Might be on that. But I think this is a good time to wrap up the stream. So, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream and you'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So, thank you so much in advance. 1 second. Thank you for the super chat, Campfire King. I don't have a full mechanical keyboard, but a PC attachment that is half of one. I also don't have a mouse pad. That's what I mean, if it works for you. But I've been so like, you need a mouse pad that I can't deal with not having one. When I had like the place I worked at previously, they gave me a mouse and a keyboard and everything, but they didn't give a mouse pad. There was actually a period where I would bring a mouse pad just for that. Eventually, I learned it was fine. Anyway, if you would like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link in the chat right here. There you will find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days. I usually update it Sunday or Monday. For instance, tomorrow we're doing Heavensward Relic Grind, which I have a feeling we will actually get really far if we don't outright finish it. You'll also find the announcement room with links to videos and streams when I put them out, and if you grab the reminder roll in the role assignments room, you'll get a notification whenever I post a video or stream, and as well as an extra run around 15 minutes before stream starts so you can catch it right when we go live. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like any of that, there's a Ko-Fi link in the description. It all helps support me and the channel directly so that I can focus on doing stuff like this with all of you. So thank you so much for the support. But that'll be all from me tonight. So good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye.